Good morning, everybody, and welcome to UWS Baseball here on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMac Sports Network. Alongside our entire crew here at Yellow Jacket TV, this is Matt Johnson coming to you live from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex here in Superior, where the Yellow Jackets and the Martin Luther Knights getting ready to begin Game 2 of this three-game set. Of course, this is a doubleheader here today between the Yellow Jackets and the Knights. Yellow Jackets, as we come into this contest here today in the pregame show, sponsored by the National Bank of Commerce, with locations in Superior, Poplar, Solon Springs, Eskil, Hermantown, Hibbing, and Duluth. National Bank of Commerce make more possible. Coming into this contest, the Yellow Jackets sitting now at 9-9 overall, 4-0 in the UMAC under TJ Oakes, who is in his fourth season at the helm of the Yellow Jacket program. His record to date, 71 wins and 64 losses. The Yellow Jackets currently on a 4-game winning streak, including taking Game 1 of this three-game series last night right here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex by the final score of 5-2. In that contest, the Yellow Jackets got another strong pitching performance from starter Ben Welly, as the reigning UMAC Pitcher of the Week tossed his second straight complete game to improve to 4-1 on the season on the mound. Meanwhile, the Yellow Jackets offense played 1 run in the third, 2 runs in the fifth, and 2 more in the eighth to pick up their fourth straight UMAC conference win to open up the 2025 conference season. UWS took the lead in the third when Johnny Rhodes singled, stole second, and then came home on Peyton Steiner's RBI single to center to make it a 1-0 Yellow Jacket lead. The Yellow Jackets added 2 more in the fifth when Trey Sybrant singled and scored both Noah D'Agostino and Steiner to give UWS a 3-0 lead after 5. And in the eighth, Tanner Voigt scored on a sacrifice fly off the bat of Maxton Howell to make it 4-0 before Wiley Lotman's double to left center scored Brian O'Dwyer with UWS's final run of the contest. That gave the Yellow Jackets a 5-0 lead heading into the ninth. Knights attempted a rally in the top of the ninth when Samuel Rodriguez's double scored Parker Winghart and Carlos Walta to cut the Yellow Jacket lead to 5-2, but Welly retired Jordan Ramir and Jackson Andy to finish out his second consecutive complete game and give UWS the 5-2 victory. For the game, the Yellow Jackets finished with 7 hits and were led by Sybrant, who went 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs in the contest. Welly, meanwhile, scattered 10 hits while allowing 2 earned runs while walking 1 and striking out 5. Martin Luther got 2 hits each from Winghart, Walta, Carter Seltz, and Mark Vogel, while Walta also took the loss on the mound, pitching the first 7 innings for the Knights while allowing 3 earned runs on 5 hits while walking 4 and striking out 7. Caleb Karlovsky, meanwhile, pitched 1 inning in relief for the Knights as well, allowing 2 earned runs on 2 hits while walking 2 and striking out 2. As I mentioned, the Yellow Jackets with that win, 9-9 now overall, 4-0 in the UMAC, while Martin Luther fell to 5-10 overall and 0-4 in the UMAC. So that's where the two teams were at last night. The Yellow Jackets taking Game 1 of the 3-game series between these two teams. Games 2 and 3 coming up here, and Game 2 specifically coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And in the meantime, we'll take a quick audio break, so stick around for the starting lineups. Brought to you by Superior Choice Credit Union, and also announced by our public address announcer for the day, John Garver. That'll be coming up in about 2.5 minutes. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break, then come back with more. This is Yellow Jacket Baseball, brought to you by Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Welcome to the NBC Spartan Sports Complex for today's Upper Midwest Athletic Conference baseball doubleheader featuring the Knights of Martin Luther College and your University of Wisconsin Superior Yellow Jackets. Let's meet the starting lineups for today's opening game. The starting lineups are sponsored by Superior Choice Credit Union. First for the visiting Knights, leading off and playing first base, number 6, Alex Ritter. Batting second and playing second base, number 1, John Westendorf. Batting third and playing shortstop, number 14, Parker Winghart. Batting fourth and playing in left field, number 24, Carlos Walta. Batting fifth and playing in center field, number 5, Carter Seltz. Batting sixth and playing in right field, number 22, Jordan Ramirez. Batting seventh and pitching, number 12, Jackson Anderson. Batting eighth and playing third base, number 21, Ethan Melzo. And batting ninth, the catcher, number 4, Mark Vogel. Head coach of the Knights is Randy Cox. He is assisted by Troy Kahn, Jake Milkey, and John Milkey. And now, the starting lineup for your Yellow Jackets. Leading off and playing in right field, a senior from Baraboo, Wisconsin, number 3, Peyton Steiner. Batting second and playing in left field, a junior from St. Michael, Minnesota, number 28, Trey Cybris. Batting third and playing first base, a junior from Stillwater, Minnesota, number 34, Tanner Boyce. Batting cleanup today and playing in center field, a senior from Mission Viejo, California, number 29, Max Howell. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, a sophomore from Hermantown, Minnesota, number 33, Dawson Reno. Batting sixth and playing third base, a junior from Maple Grove, Minnesota, number 23, Brian O'Dwyer. Batting seventh and playing second base, a senior from Esco, Minnesota, number 15, Cole Andrus. Batting eighth and catching, a junior from Kirkhoven, Minnesota, number 4, Wiley Lotman. And batting ninth and playing shortstop, a senior from Superior, number 5, Johnny Rose. Pitching today for the Yellow Jackets, a sophomore from St. Michael, Minnesota, number 24, Zach Roman. Head coach of the Yellow Jackets in the fourth season is DJ Oaks. He is assisted by Sean Marshall, Ryan Castaneda, Matthew Chaffee, and Isaac Ducher. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise if you are able, and gentlemen, kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
So the national anthem has been played. The two teams have been introduced by our promoter guest announcer for the doubleheader today, John Garver. Those lineups, by the way, sponsored by Superior Choice Credit Union. your friendly local credit union here to meet your financial needs with 12 locations in Northeast Minnesota and Northwestern Wisconsin, serving its 37,000 members. As the Yellow Jackets and the Knights here for game number 2 of the set, game 1 of our doubleheader today, the second game of the set, with a tentative start time of about 12:30 or so here local time. Of course, very tentative there, depending on how quickly this first game gets over. On the mound for the Yellow Jackets here in game number 1 of the doubleheader, it is sophomore transfer from Minnesota State University, Zach Romans for the Yellow Jackets. Romans making his 6th start of the season. 26 innings pitched, giving up 19 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them have been earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 20. His record 2-1 and his ERA of 2.77 as he takes the mound here for game number 2, trying to follow up on a strong performance by Ben Welly, the reigning UMAC pitcher of the week last night. Welly pitching all 9 innings in that 5-2 Yellow Jacket victory. He'll be facing the top 3 in the batting order for Martin Luther here in game number 1 of Alex Ritter, John Westendorf, and Parker Wingart. As Romans completing his warm-up tosses here. Jackets after today, by the way, are scheduled to be next in action next weekend, taking on Crown. Those games tentatively scheduled to be across the bridge at Wade Stadium in Duluth. And everything is always very tentative at this time of the year, though. You never know what the weather is going to bring. In the meantime, we're ready to get this one underway as Alex Ritter steps in here for his first at-bat here of game number 1 of the doubleheader here today. Game number 2 of the set overall. Ritter coming in hitting .308 on the season, 16 hits and 52 at-bats, no home runs, 8 RBIs. For the first baseman here for Martin Luther, as we await the opening offering here from Yellow Jacket starter Romans. And here's his first pitch, swung on and fouled away to the left.
Today's first pitch is sponsored by
Northern Wisconsin's Island Getaway. Thank you, Mr. Garber, for saving me from having to read the statement there. Barks Island Inn, of course, the sponsor of the opening pitch for every Yellow Jacket baseball game. 0-1 your count here to the left-hand swinging Ritter, and here's the pitch now from UWS starter Zach Romans over the outside corner. And he gets ahead in the count now 0-2. Nice conditions, by the way, for the game here today. Temperature is expected to get into the low to mid-40s. Plenty of sunshine also in the sky. In fact, we're almost cloudless right now. A couple of wispy clouds in the background. As here's the pitch by Romans. Check swing and a strikeout of Alex Ritter is how we begin the ball game here today. And that'll bring up John Westendorf, the second baseman.
Second baseman number 1, John Westendorf.
Westendorf coming in the game today hitting .186, 8 hits and 43 trips, no home runs, 5 RBIs. And this pitch is swung on and looped inside the left field line. It'll be a base hit, rounding first. Digging for second is Westendorf. As the throw comes in, and it's a sliding double. Head first slide for Westendorf. Doubling down the left field line. 1 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up Parker Wingart. Wingart hitting .327 on the season, 17 hits and 52 trips, no home runs, and 5 RBIs. Knights as a team coming in hitting at .284. Had 10 hits in the ball game last night as Romans kicks and delivers. This pitch is swung on. That's driven out in the left center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Trey Seibert for the Yellow Jackets charging the ball. Will throw it into third baseman Brian O'Dwyer, and the Knights have runners on first and third now. As Wingart single to left, moves Westendorf to third. And here's Carlos Walta, who was the starting pitcher last night, and took the loss in that 5-2 Yellow Jacket win. Walta at the plate this year hitting .311, 14 hits and 45 trips, 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. He has both home runs that Martin Luther has hit through their first 15 games this season. As Romans kicks and delivers, and the first pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Martin Luther with a threat early here, top half inning number 1. Romans kicks and delivers. It's now 2-0 your count here on Walta. 2-0 delivery, here it is. Swing and a miss. Climbed the ladder on him, swung right through it. 2-1 now your count here to Walta. Will be followed by Carter Seltz here. As Romans kicks and delivers. This pitch swung on and missed. Took a little bit off that one. Swing over the top of it was Walta. Now we have a 2-2 count here. Yellow Jackets infield. Playing normal depth. Voigt holding with Winghart over at first. And here's Roman's pitch on 2-2. Fastball right down the middle, called third strike. Second strikeout of the inning for UWS starter Zach Romans. 2 down now in the frame, and now here's Carter Seltz to bat.
Number 5, Carter Seltz.
Seltz coming in hitting .268. 15 for 56 on the season. No home runs, 2 RBIs. And Romans' first pitch. Swing and a miss. Went after the outside pitch, came up empty. 0-1 your count. Early start time today due to anticipated inclement weather here in the Twin Ports over the next couple days. As Romans pitch, swing and a miss. And Romans ahead in the count now, 0-2. Romans on 0-2. Here's the delivery. Taking off with the pitch was Winghart. That's all the way to the left. Count holding at 0-2 here. And here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled away again. This time off to the left. And Romans now from the stretch. And the throw picking off from first base, and the throw from UWS catcher Wiley Lotman sailed on him off to the right. So the stolen base for Winghart. Coming home on the errant throw is going to be Westendorf. We're going to roll that one an E2 on the throw. No, just a regular. So Martin Luther breaking out on top here. Top half of the inning, number 1. 1-0 your score. And that pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. And so the top half of the first is in the books. For Martin Luther, a run on 2 hits. No Yellow Jacket errors and 1 left on base. We played 1 half inning here of game number 1 of the doubleheader. And your score after that half inning, Martin Luther 1, Yellow Jackets coming up. This is UWS Baseball, brought to you by Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, Martin Luther starter Jackson Anderson completing his warm-up tosses, making his first start of the season, just his second appearance of the campaign. 1 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 2 hits, 1 run. It is an earned run. He's walked 2 and struck out 1. His ERA 5.40, and he is 0-0 on the season. He will face Peyton Steiner, Trey Seibert, and Tanner Voigt here for the Yellow Jackets. In the bottom half of inning number 1, the Yellow Jackets batting order: Peyton Steiner in right field, leading off. Trey Seibert batting second, playing left. Tanner Voigt playing first base. Batting in third hole, Maxton Howell in center field, batting fourth. Dawson Raynaud for the Yellow Jackets, DHing and batting fifth. Brian O'Dwyer, third baseman, batting sixth. Cole Andrus at second base, batting seventh. Wiley Lotman, the catcher, batting eighth. And batting ninth is Johnny Rhodes here for the Yellow Jackets. Will set the Martin Luther defense also when we get a chance here. As the first 2 pitches from Anderson are balls. Around the infield here for Martin Luther defensively: Ethan Melso at third base, Parker Winghart at short, John Westendorf at second, and Alex Ritter over at first. And then in the outfield, we'll get that to you in just a moment here, as this pitch is swung on and skied to center field. Carter Seltz waiting for it, will make the catch. 1 up and 1 down. That outfield, by the way, starting in left field, Carlos Walta. In center field, the aforementioned Carter Seltz. And over in right field, it's Jordan Ramirez here for Martin Luther. 1 up, 1 down as Steiner flies out to center. And here's Trey Seibert now for the Yellow Jackets, leading hitter for UWS this season, hitting .373. 22 hits, 59 trips, 1 home run, and 14 RBIs as this pitch is swung on and grounded out to short. Winghart up with it. He'll flip over to Ritter. That retires Seibert on a 6-3 scoring play. 2 up and 2 down. That'll bring up Tanner Voigt now for the Yellow Jackets.
First baseman number 34, Tanner Voigt.
Voigt hitting an even .300 for UWS. 18 hits and 60 trips, 2 home runs, and 10 RBIs for the native of Stillwater, Minnesota, as Anderson's pitch comes up and in for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Anderson's pitch comes inside and low this time. 2-0 your count. Next pitch is swung on and hit to right field. Spinning around and making the catch after backtracking a bit is the right fielder, Jordan Ramirez, and the Yellow Jackets go quickly and quietly in the bottom of the first. For the Yellow Jackets in the first inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 1 inning in your score. Martin Luther 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball, brought to you by Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Second inning for Martin Luther, the right fielder, number 20.
Back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex, Jordan Ramirez, Jackson Anderson, and Ethan Melzo duel up here against Zach Romans. Top half of inning number 2, Martin Luther a run on 2 hits to lead it 1-0. And Romans opening up the second with a fastball low for a ball. Yellow Jacket defense, by the way. Around the horn, starting at third base, Brian O'Dwyer, shortstop Johnny Rhodes, second base Cole Andrus, and over at first Tanner Voigt. As this pitch is swung on and grounded out towards short. Rhodes charging in, picks it up, throws to first, and just nips Ramirez on a 6-3 scoring play. Nice job there by Johnny Rhodes to charge that ball. And that retires Jordan Ramirez, the right fielder, on a 6-3 scoring play. The outfield, by the way, for the Yellow Jackets.
Pitcher number 12, Jackson Anderson.
Trey Seibrin over in left. In center field, it's Max Howell. And over in right field, it's Peyton Steiner for the Yellow Jackets. Wiley Lotman doing the catching. And as I mentioned, Zach Roman's on the hill. Here's the pitch to starting pitcher today, Jackson Anderson. For Martin Luther, he swings and fouls one off to the left. 0-1 your count. Anderson hitting 167 on the season, 8 hits and 48 trips, no home runs and 5 RBIs. As this pitch is tapped now towards second, Andrus charging in, picks it up, throws to second. And that retires Anderson on a 4-3 scoring play. 2 up and 2 down here for Martin Luther, top half of inning number 2, and they'll bring up Ethan Melzo. Melzo batting at .300 on the season, just 10 at-bats, 3 hits, no home runs, and 2 RBIs for him on the season. As Romans kicks and delivers, and that pitch is swung on and hit to left field. Coming in on it with Seibrin. Now he has the backtrack, and now he'll make an over-the-shoulder catch. And that'll bring a quick and quiet end to Martin Luther's top half of inning number 2. For the Knights in the second, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played an inning and a half. Your score, Knights 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Bottom half of inning number 2, Maxton Howell, Dawson Reno, and Brian O'Dwyer to appear against Jackson Anderson. Jackets coming in hitting .285 as a team. Standing in here is Maxton Howell, hitting .298 on the season, 4 home runs and 17 RBIs, 14 hits and 47 trips. And Anderson's first pitch to him is low and outside for a ball. Mark Vogel doing the catching here for Jackson Anderson in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Early morning start in this one. As Anderson's next pitch is a hook that comes over the inside corner. He's up the count now, 1-1 to Howell. Leading home run hitter and RBI man for the Yellow Jackets this season on a 1-1 count. And this pitch rides high. 2-1 your count now to Howell. And here's a delivery by Anderson. Low and away. 3-1 your count. But Dawson Reno waiting on deck here for the Yellow Jackets. And here's the delivery. Swung on and laced into center field. That'll get through for a base hit. So Maxon Howell becomes the first Yellow Jacket base runner of the day. A single to center, leading off the inning, and that'll bring up Dawson Rayno now for the Yellow Jackets.
Designated hitter number 33, Dawson Rayno.
Rayno so far this season has just one at bat. He's 0 for 1. This is just his third game played this season, and just his second start of the campaign. And he bats with one on, nobody out here. Howell taking a relatively short lead over at first base, and here's the delivery by Anderson. Swing and a miss by Rayno. 0-1 your count here. Anderson's pitch. Curveball misses down low. 1-1 now your count here to Rayno, with Brian O'Dwyer waiting on deck. Here's a delivery. Coming inside now, 2-1. One pitch. This one finds the outside corner. And that evens up the count now, 2-2 here to Rayno. On the 2-2, here's the delivery, and that one off the plate outside. And taking off and stealing second base relatively easily there was Max Howell. For Howell, that's his first stolen base of the season. Jackets as a team have 31 stolen bases and 44 tries for their first 18 games this season. And Howell out at second base with nobody out. On a 3-2 pitch here coming from Jackson Anderson. Pitch is fouled away. Came inside on him, jammed him up a little bit, able to fight it off, and we'll do 3-2 again here. Here's a delivery. Another foul ball off to the left. Payoff pitch for a third time here, and this one's high for ball 4. So Rayno draws the 3-2 walk. Yellow Jackets get their first two batters aboard here in the bottom half of the second. That'll bring up Brian O'Dwyer.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, the third baseman, number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer for the Yellow Jackets hitting .250 this season, 12 hits and 48 trips, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. And he stands in with 2 aboard, nobody out here. Jackets down 1-0. As Anderson kicks and delivers, squaring around now, bunting it back to the mound. Anderson picking it up. He'll throw to first. Completing the sacrifice is O'Dwyer. 1-4 on the putout. Howell up to third. Rayno up to second. And that'll bring up Cole Andres for the Yellow Jackets.
Second baseman, number 15, Cole Andres.
Andres hitting .229 on the campaign. 11 hits, 48 trips, no home runs, and 6 RBIs. Well, the Yellow Jackets second baseman here in game number 1. And here's the pitch. Check swing, and it's going to go down the right field line, but will drift foul. And it's 0-1 now to Andres. Martin Luther bringing the infield in here as Andres swings and grounds it to third. And now caught in a run down for the Yellow Jackets is Howell. And they'll get the tag now on him. So now 2 out as Andres' ground ball to third was scooped up on a nice defensive play by Ethan Melzo. So fielder's choice. Rayno up to third. All the way up to second, thanks to the rundown, is Andres. And here's Wiley Lotman now for the Yellow Jackets. Lotman hitting .216, 8 hits and 37 trips, no home runs, and 2 RBIs. And Anderson's first pitch is up for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. So Jackets had runners on second and third with 1 out. Now it's second and third with 2 outs. Anderson's pitch swung on and roped just foul up the third base line. As Lotman waits the delivery, here it is. Swung on and grounded foul again. One and 2 your count here to Yellow Jacket catcher Wiley Lotman. As Anderson kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and skied to center field. Carselt's waiting for it to come down. He'll make the catch. And the Jackets fail to score despite getting their first 2 aboard here in the bottom half of the second inning. For UWS in the second, no runs, 1 hit. No Martin Luther errors, and 2 left on base. We played 2 complete innings now. Your score, Martin Luther 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. We'll come back with the top of the third right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of inning number 3. Can't get enough of the Yellow Jackets? Tune into Eye of the Swarm, the official podcast of Yellow Jacket Athletics. Join John Garver and me throughout the years. We sit down with Yellow Jacket student athletes, coaches, and other guests. Eye of the Swarm is available on Yellow Jacket TV, on uwsyellowjackets.com/podcast, Spotify, iTunes, or wherever you get your podcast. Mr. Garver doing the PA today. I was about to bring that point up. We haven't had one in a while. We have to work on that, John, I suppose, at some point here. Meanwhile, it's Mark Vogel leading it off here for Martin Luther in the top of the third, and this pitch swung on and grounded out to second, and that'll be an E4 on Cole Andrus as the worm burner off the bat of Mark Vogel leads to a base runner here. First error of the game against the Yellow Jackets. Lead off man aboard, and then we'll flip to the top of the batting order for Alex Ritter, who struck out leading off the game and is 0 for 1 back in the first inning. First pitch from Romans is in their first strike. And it's 0-1. Squaring around the bunt now and tapping at foul is going to be Ritter. Vogel so far just 1 for 2 in stolen bases. Came in hitting .412 today to lead Martin Luther in that category. And he's behind the count now. 0-2 is Ritter. Squares around, takes a fastball off the outside corner. 1-2 now your count to Ritter. He'll be followed by John Westendorf here. And also Parker Winghart. In the top half of the third as this fastball gets away from Lotman. And that evens up the count now 2-2. Yellow Jackets in the midst of a nice string of home games here over this next week or so. Dwyer in at third, and now this fastball outside, and now it's 3-2. After getting ahead 1-2, it's now run the count full to 3-2. And here's the pitch on 3-2. Swung on and fouled away here by Ritter. On 3-2, the bunt perfectly placed. Dwyer up with it, throws to first. Nice play by the Yellow Jacket third baseman to cut down Ritter on a 5-3 scoring play. Vogel up to second base.
Second baseman number 1, John Westendorf.
And here's John Westendorf now, who doubled down the left field line in the top half of the first and came around to score on the double steal. And is 1-for-1 as the first pitch, opening pitch here from Romans is out to play for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Runner on second, 1 down here for Martin Luther, looking to build on a 1-0 lead. This pitch swung on and missed. Foul tip into the glove of Lotman to make it 1-1 here. Romans on the 1-1 delivery. Swung on and popped up on the infield. Well, Dwyer coming in, he'll make the grab. Second out of the inning. And now bring up Parker Winghart now.
Shortstop number 14, Parker Winghart.
Winghart singled on the first pitch he saw in the first and ended up stealing second before being stranded there. And is 1-for-1 here. He now bats with 2 out. Mark Vogel on at second base here for the Knights. And Romans kicks and delivers. Fastball rides high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering, swung on and missed. Zach Roman's lively fastball. And Winghart swinging through it to even up the count. 1-1 here. And this one low for a ball. Makes it now 2-1. Two-one offering here from Romans. Swung on and hit out in the left center field. Coming in is Seibert, and he'll make the catch. And that'll bring an end to the Martin Luther third inning for the Knights in the third. No runs, no hits, 1 Yellow Jacket error, and 1 left on base. We played 2.5. Your score, Martin Luther 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Leading off the bottom.
Back here for the bottom half of the third, Johnny Rhodes, Peyton Steiner, and Trey Seibrandt to bat against Jackson Anderson so far, who has thrown 2 scoreless innings here. For the Knights, Rhodes standing in. And the first pitch to him. In there for a strike. Rhodes coming into the day hitting .244, 10 hits and 41 trips, 1 home run and 3 RBIs for the native of Superior. And Anderson kicks and delivers. This one's low, evens up the count at 1-1. One pitch on the way. Swung on and skied out in the left field. Coming in is the left fielder, Carlos Walta. He'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here for the Yellow Jackets, and we flip to the top of the batting order now for Peyton Steiner.
For the Yellow Jackets, the right fielder, number 3, Peyton Steiner.
The senior from Baraboo, Wisconsin. Flew out the center in his first plate appearance as 0 for 1. Came into the day hitting .353, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, 12 hits, and 34 trips. As Anderson kicks and delivers, which is swung on and hit hard out in the right field, but right at the right fielder. And going down to make the catch is Jordan Ramirez. Quickly 2 up and 2 down. Steiner now 0 for 2 on a pair of flyouts. And here's Trey Seibrandt now.
Trey Seibrandt.
Grounded out to short in the first inning and is 0 for 1. Anderson's pitch. Fastball outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. No pitch swung on and laced into center field for a base hit. So Seibrandt has his first hit, second hit of the game for the Yellow Jackets. A 2-out single to center, and that'll bring up Tanner Voigt now for UWS.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, the first baseman, number 34, Tanner Voigt.
Voigt standing in here with Seibrandt over at first. First pitch to Voigt is swung on and fouled back. 0-1 your count. Your count here to the Yellow Jacket first baseman. Ritter holding with Seibrandt over at first, and now he'll draw a throw and get back in time. And here's a delivery. That one finds the zone as well, and it now is 0-2 here to Tanner Voigt with 2 down in the bottom half of inning number 3. Taking off to Seibrandt. This pitch swung on and hit to right field. Starting in on it was Ramirez. Now he backtracks, and he'll make the catch. And the Jackets are down here in the bottom half of the third. For UWS in the third, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We've played 3 now. In your score after 3 innings, Martin Luther 1, UW Superior nothing. We'll come back with the top of the 4th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the fourth, Carlos Walta, Carter Seltz, and Jordan Ramirez do appear against Zach Romans.
Number 24, Carlos Walta.
Walta took a called third strike in the first and is 0 for 1. As Romans swings and delivers. First pitch is low and off the turf here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Walta, mentioned this earlier on, starting pitcher last night, took the loss in that 5-2 Yellow Jacket win as he swings through this one. 1-1 your count here. Playing in left field here today for the Knights in game number 1 of this doubleheader. This fastball from Romans stays outside. 2-1 now your count. Romans swings into his delivery. This fastball off the outside, and it's now 3-1. On 3-1, the pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And now we've run it full, 3-2. Romans so far with 3 strikeouts. Going to have 2 hits and a run here through 3 innings. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and hit to left field. Shallow. Seibert coming in. He'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here for Martin Luther, and that now will bring up Carter Seltz.
Carter Seltz.
Who struck out swinging to end the first inning and is 0 for 1. Roman swings into his delivery. The first pitch, fastball over the inside corner, 0-1 your count. Roman's on 0-1. Fastball off the plate outside. Evens up the count now, 1-1. Fastball, same spot, same result. 2-1 now your count. Romans, this fastball, missing low, and it's now 3-1. Jordan Ramirez waiting on deck. 3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and laced out into right field for a base hit. So Seltz with the 1-out single to right. Third hit of the game here for the Knights, and that'll bring up Ramirez.
Jordan Ramirez.
Who grounded out the short, leading off the second, and is 0 for 1. Mount Luther, a team that doesn't steal a ton of bases. 14 out of 20 as a team on the season. Voigt will hold with Seltz over at first. Seltz 3 for 4 in stolen bases. As here's the first pitch, and that one's low and away from Romans. 1 ball, no strikes here to the right fielder, Jordan Ramirez. With 1 down, the top half of inning number 4. Romans with the pitch swung on and fouled off to the right. Teams up the count now, 1-1. Talked about the Knights at a .284 team batting average. Opponents hitting .332 this season against Knights pitching. Just 2 home runs on the season for Martin Luther as a team, so they don't play the long ball very well, or very often, put it that way. That pitch is swung on and missed. Now 1-2 your count. Jackets, conversely, with 16 home runs as a team this year. They've surrendered 8. This pitch skips in there. Nice backhanded stop by Lotman behind the plate. He's up the count now, 2-2. Jackets, by the way, .285 batting average as a team, while opponents are hitting .257 against Yellow Jacket pitching. 2-2 pitch. That one's low, and now 3-2. So So Romans throwing a lot of pitches here in the early stages of inning number 4. Three-two offering on the way. This one just misses for ball 4. That's the first walk issued by Romans. Salts up to second base.
Pitcher number 12, Jackson Anderson.
2 on, 1 out, and here's Jackson Anderson now. The pitcher for the Knights, grounded out to second in his first plate appearance in his 0 for 1, has a pair of runners aboard now. As the Knights look to add on to a 1-0 lead. Romans, opening pitch, swung on and ground right back to the pitcher. Goes a second for 1, the relay to first. And that'll retire the side just like that. 1-6-3 on the twin killing. And just like that, the Yellow Jackets out of trouble in the 4th. For Martin Luther in the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We played 3.5. Your score, Knights 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. We'll come back with the bottom of the 4th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the 4th, Max Howell, Dawson Reno, and Brian O'Dwyer do up here against Jackson Anderson, who's done a nice job here for Martin Luther. We talked about Anderson making his first start of the season, just his second appearance. He's looked very composed on the mound so far. Held the Yellow Jackets scoreless on 2 hits through 3, and here's Maxton Howell, who has one of those hits for the Yellow Jackets. Single to center leading off the second. Still second. And got cut down and a rundown. Trying to score the tying run in the second inning. As here's the first pitch from Anderson off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. That pitch catches the inside. 2-1 your count here to Howell. As this pitch is swung on and popped up out into right field shallow. Second baseman coming over to make the grab. That catch being made by John Westendorf. Howell 1 for 2 now on the pop out. And they'll bring up
hitter number 33, Dawson Reno.
Dawson Reno for the Yellow Jackets. And walked in his first plate appearance and got stranded on third. So no official at bat yet for Reno. This pitch swung on and hit the center field. Pretty well hit, but Seltz seems to have it measured, and he'll make the catch. 2 up and 2 down for the Jackets in the 4th, and that now will bring up Brian O'Dwyer.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, the third baseman, number 23, Brian O'Dwyer.
O'Dwyer sacrificed in his first plate appearance on a 1-4 scoring play. And the first pitch from Jackson Anderson is inside for a ball to O'Dwyer. Next offering stays high. This pitch swung on and missed. Foul tip into the mitt of Mark Vogel. Makes the count now 2-1. Oh, Dwyer awaiting the offering. Swinging through that one, and now is 2-2. Anderson so far without a strikeout. Through 3 2/3. Walked just one. As this pitch on 2-2 is swung on and fouled off to the right. And we'll do it again here on a 2-ball, 2-strike count to the Yellow Jacket third baseman. 2-2 pitch, here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the right again. Two pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And the Jackets go in order in the bottom half of the 4th. For the Yellow Jackets, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 4 complete innings now here from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex in game number 1 of this doubleheader. And your score, the Knights 1, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Ethan Melzo.
Well, back here for the top half of the 5th, Ethan Melzo, Mark Vogel, and Alex Ritter do up here against Zach Romans as the game is settled into a pitcher's duel here through 4 complete innings. 1-0 your score as the first pitch fastball, and waving through it is Ethan Melzo. He's 0 for 1 and flew out to left in the 2nd. As Romans kicks and delivers. Fastball right down the gut to make it now 0-2. Yellow Jackets, as I mentioned, will be next in action next week, taking on Crown. Those games scheduled to be across the bridge at Wade Stadium in Duluth. Of course, there's a lot of time between now and then. Those games could be moved to any location or any day for that matter, depending on how the weather cooperates with us or doesn't cooperate, as the case may be. In the meantime, Romans. And this pitch swung on and looped out towards short. Rhodes won't be able to make a play on it. It'll be an infield single here from Melzo. Just kind of looped it into a spot where no Yellow Jacket was there to field it. And leadoff man aboard here in the 5th will bring up Mark Vogel. Vogel reaching on an error in the 3rd, was stranded on 2nd. And is 0 for 1. He squares around. First pitch from Romans. Fastball comes inside and low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. For Martin Luther. Let's hit number 4 in the game. Offering at that one as he squared around was Vogel. That evens up the count now 1-1. Very pleasant day here in the Twin Ports area for a baseball game. A rarity in late March, to be honest with you, as this one is bunted foul now by Vogel. One and two your count here. Well, Dwyer playing even with the bag over at third, anticipating the bunt attempt. Now he might back out of it. As on 1 and 2, Vogel swings and bounces one foul off to the left. And we'll do it again here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Yellow Jackets coming into the day having a 19-3 all-time series lead against Martin Luther. As this pitch misses low. Team's first matchup back on April 1st of 2000. Jackets currently on an 8-game winning streak that stretches back to the 2022 campaign in the series. This pitch swung on and hit out to left field. Seibert will come in. He'll make the catch. Retreating to first base will be Melzo. 1 out here in the 5th, and we flip to the top of the batting order now for Alex Ritter, who so far is 0 for 2. Struck out swinging in the first and then grounded out to third. In the third on a bunt attempt. Melzo over at first, and the first pitch to Ritter is a swing and a miss. A 1-1 your count now as Romans gives this fastball off the outside edge. Working quickly. This pitch bounces up there. Out by Lotman behind the plate. 2-1 your count now. This pitch swung on and bounced foul outside of third, and that will even up the count now 2-2. Two pitch. Fastball well off the plate outside. Now he's running full, 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way here from Romans. Swung on him, bounced to first. Then to make the backhanded stab was Voigt. Bounces off of him and then avoids Andres out at second. That'll be Yellow Jackets' second error of the game. This one an E3. So Melzo on at second. Ritter on at first. Took an in-between hop on Tanner Voigt. Tried to, like I said, backhand it. Came off, it looked like the heel of his glove, and then bounced past Andres and out in the right field. And now the Yellow Jackets going to have a meeting at the mound here. And that'll bring up now John Westendorf, who is 1 for 2. Had a double and scored in the first and then popped out to third in the third. Now he has 2 aboard with 1 out. Romans kicks and delivers. Took something off that one and got a foul tip in the mid of Lotman for a strike. 0-1 your count. One pitch, low fastball, and he swings through that one as well. Now 0-2 your count here to Westendorf with Parker Winghart, the on-deck hitter here for the Knights. Top half of inning number 5. Knights have led all the way. Scored a run on 2 hits in the top half of the first, and that's all the scoring we've had thus far. This pitch was a ball, so now 1-2 your count here to Westendorf. And the pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. That's the 4th strikeout now for Yellow Jacket starter Zach Romans. Now 2 out in the inning, and here's Parker Winghart now to bat. He's 1 for 2. Singled in the first. And flew out to left in the third. And this pitch is swung on and laced out into center field. Second hit of the game. And now here's the throw coming into the plate. And it will not be in time. Throw to third, however, and that will get Alex Ritter, who was trying to make a move to third base on that single to center. Officially, it'll be an RBI single. As Melso comes in to score from second with 2 out, and Martin Luther extends their lead now to 2-0. For the Knights, in the top of the 5th, a run on 2 hits. There was a Yellow Jacket error, and 1 left on base. We played 4.5. Your new score, Martin Luther 2, Yellow Jackets 0. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back in for the bottom of the 5th, the Yellow Jackets now in a 2-0 hole. It'll be Cole Andres, Wiley Lottman, and Johnny Rose to bat here against Jackson Anderson, who in making his first start has been very solid here for Martin Luther through 4 innings. Giving up just 2 hits with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. And the first pitch to Andres is a strike. He's on a fielder's choice back in the second. Ended up stranded on second and is 0 for 1. 1-1 your count here. Jackets haven't had much offense here so far through the first 4+ innings. We'll see if they can change that a bit here in these last 5 frames as this pitch is swung on and missed. Now 1-2 your count here on Cole Andres. One-two pitch on the way. This one swung on and driven hard out into right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it might run all the way to the wall. In fact, it will. Andres now rounding second. And he'll stay at second. Probably could have made a run for third there on that one. But Andres with the double into deep right center field. That's the first extra base hit for the Yellow Jackets here. Like I said, probably could have made a move for third there, but ended up holding up. And that now will bring up Wiley Lottman for the Yellow Jackets, the catcher, who's 0 for 1, flew out to center field. First pitch finds the inside corner for a strike here on Lottman. Fastball now from Jackson Anderson, misses the outside corner. And it's 1-1 here to Lottman. And Anderson's next pitch, that one is swung on and hooked down the left field line, foul. 1-2 now the count here to Lottman. Anderson kicks and delivers, and this fastball rides high. Now 2-2 your count. That double, by the way, just the third hit of the game here for the Yellow Jackets against Jackson Anderson. This pitch, that one is swung on and hit well down the left field line, but also hooking foul. Count remains here 2-2 to the Yellow Jacket catcher. Here's a delivery from Anderson. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Lottman now 0 for 2, first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Johnny Rhodes here for the Yellow Jackets.
Shortstop, number 5, Johnny Rhodes.
Rhodes flew out to left, leading off the third and is 0 for 1. He bats with 1 out. Andres on at second. Squares around now and taps a bunt foul. Following Rhodes, it would be Peyton Steiner, who's waiting on deck here for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the 5th. Martin Luther leading it 2-0. This breaking ball catches the outside corner. And Anderson ahead in the count now 0-2. Two pitch. This fastball misses the outside corner. 1-2 now to Johnny Rhodes here for the Yellow Jackets. Here's a delivery. Swung on and hit the center field. And that's short. It'll bloop in there for a base hit. Rounding third base is Andres. The throw coming home. Not going to be in time. And the RBI for Johnny Rhodes. He'll take second on the throw home. On the bloop single to center. And the Jackets come back with their first run of the ball game to cut it to 2-1 as we get to the top of the batting order now for Peyton Steiner.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, the right fielder, number 3, Peyton Steiner.
So Steiner with a runner on second. 1 out, same situation as Johnny Rhodes had a moment ago, this time in a 2-1 scoreline. And the first pitch from Anderson is high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Peyton Steiner. 0 for 2 so far, a pair of flyouts. 1 to center field leading off the bottom of the first for the Jackets, and 1 to right in the third inning. In his 2 previous at-bats. 1-0 pitch. Comes over the inside corner with that one, even up the count now 1-1. Now Steiner for the Yellow Jackets. Waiting delivery from Anderson. This pitch is swung on. That's driven out in the right center field. That's going to get all the way to the wall. Rounding third, digging for home is going to be Rhodes. Ties it up at 2. And the Yellow Jackets with 3 hits in the inning, including a couple of doubles. And we have a tie game now at 2 apiece. And now Randy Cox is going to come out of the Martin Luther dugout and have a conversation with his pitcher here, Jackson Anderson. Anderson been cruising right along going into this inning. But the Jackets have now 3 hits in the inning. 3 of the first 4 have reached. A couple of extra base hits, 2 runs in the frame. And here's Trey Seibert now for the Yellow Jackets, who's 1 for 2.
Fielder number 28, Trey Seibert.
Seibrin for the Yellow Jackets standing in now. With Steiner on at second. Tie game, 2 apiece. And Anderson's first pitch is a breaking ball for a strike. Seibrin came into the day as the Jackets' leading hitter. Talked about that in his first plate appearance. Second on the team in RBIs. Here's a check swing, and he went around. And Seibrin now down the count 0-2. Anderson try to hold the Yellow Jackets here. Still just 1 out in the inning. 0-2 your count. As Jackson Anderson kicks and delivers. This pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right. Seibrin now waiting the pitch on 0-2. Breaking ball swung on and fouled right at the plate. And the count will remain 0-2 here to Trey Seibrin. Tanner Voigt would be next here for the Yellow Jackets. Anderson's delivery. Fastball well off the plate outside. Ball 1, strike 2 now your count. To the Yellow Jacket left fielder, Trey Seibrin. Here's the delivery. That one low and away, and that evens up the count now 2-2. Oh, 1-2, excuse me, pitch. 2-2 pitch, in fact. Lace in the center field. That'll get through for a base hit. Rounding third base is Steiner. And he'll come in for the Yellow Jackets' third run of the inning. A ringing RBI single to center for Seibrin. The Jackets have their first lead now at 3-2.
First baseman number 34, Tanner Voigt.
And here's Tanner Voigt now for the Yellow Jackets to bat. Pickoff throw to first, and that one sails by the first baseman, Ritter. Rounding second, digging for third now is going to be Seibrin. And on the E1, Yellow Jackets with another runner in scoring position, still just 1 out. And it's a messy inning here so far here for the Knights. They played really well defensively and with Anderson pitching through the first 4, but things have gotten away from him a little bit here in the fourth, and now the infield going to come in here. As the first pitch is a fastball inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here to Voigt. So a 2-base error on the throw there by Anderson, allowing Seibrin to go from first to third. Jackets already have 3 runs in on 4 hits. And now Anderson's pitch swung on and hit high and deep to left. And it's hooking and foul. Had home run distance, but missed the pole to the left by about, 5 feet maybe. Give or take, according to public address announcer John Garber. I don't have the best angle on it. He does, so that's why I'm asking. Better angle than I do. Next pitch, and this one is swung on and hit shallow left. And a nice backhanded play there by Winghardt. Now he's going to try to come home with the throw, and it'll end up being a sacrifice fly as Seibrin comes in to score. Credit the RBI to Voigt as Seibrin comes in. Jackets now have 4 home in the inning, and they now lead 4-2. As Max Howell now will bat.
Center fielder number 29, Max Howell.
Sometimes it's not how hard you hit him, but where you hit him. And Winghardt coming over to make a nice backhanded stab on that one, but off balance. Good read that time by Seibrin, digging home. Score the fourth run of the frame here for the Yellow Jackets. And Howell snaps in. Now takes the first pitch strike. He's 1 for 2 so far with a stolen base. As Anderson kicks and delivers. This pitch is low. That evens up the count now 1-1. 2 out, nobody aboard. It's been a good half inning here for the Yellow Jackets. 4 runs on 4 hits against Jackson Anderson as this pitch is swung on and fouled back to the screen. Next offering. Comes in low. Should Howell keep the inning going, it would be Dawson Reno that would bat next here for the Yellow Jackets. 2-2 your pitch. On the way, here it is. That one off the plate, now 3-2. Three-two offering here from Anderson. Here it is. Called third strike. Breaking ball caught Max Howell looking, and that's how the 5th inning ends. Yellow Jackets send 7 to the plate. They plate 4 on 4 hits. There was an error, and nobody left aboard. After 5 complete, your new score, Yellow Jackets 4, Martin Luther 2. We head to the top of the 6th right after this. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. New pitcher in the game for the Yellow Jackets. We'll talk about that in a moment. But first, if you're a Yellow Jacket fan looking for great team gear, visit our official Yellow Jacket sideline store and browse all the current styles of Yellow Jacket apparel and accessories, including the same gear the Yellow Jackets wear. Find the Yellow Jacket sideline store at uwsyellowjackets.com/shop. New pitcher for the Yellow Jackets. It's lefty Declan Higgins for the Yellow Jackets, coming in relief of Zach Romans, who pitches the first 5 innings for UWS. Higgins coming in, making his 6th appearance of the season. 9 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 13 hits, 9 runs, 7 of which have been earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 8. His ERA 6.75, and he is 1-1
Leading off the top of the 6th inning for Martin Luther
on the season. Meanwhile, leading off here for Martin Luther is Carlos Walta. Carter Schultz will follow him, and Jordan Ramirez here in the top half of the 6th inning. The Yellow Jackets leading it now 4-2 as the first pitch from Higgins is off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Higgins kicks and delivers, this fastball finds the outside corner. One pitch on the way. The pitch is in there for a strike. 1-2 your count. Higgins from Minneapolis, a De La Salle High School grad. Same high school my father went to. 1-2 pitch off the outside, now 2-2. Mr. Garver gave me the thumbs up for that reference. What's that? Islanders, yeah. Yeah, he's a former Islander. Declan Higgins for the Yellow Jackets. And a breaking ball swinging through it is Walta. Second time he struck out. He's 0 for 3 now. And that'll bring up Carter Schultz. Now, De La Salle High School, in case you're wondering, is located on Nicollet Island, downtown Minneapolis. Therefore, the nickname the Islanders. First pitch is swung on and tapped foul. My dad will be happy I made that reference, by the way, John. That'll be He might even text me on that one. He's quite proud of his high school alma mater, is my dad. Well, one pitch. This one bounces up there. He ends up the count now 1-1. No, he went to Minneapolis North. But there's been a lot of good basketball players that have come out of De La Salle. Right now my mind's coming up short, but there's a lot of them. That's why it's kind of hard to narrow them down. But, yeah, it's a good basketball school, to say the least. This pitch is swung on and hit the center field. Howell ranging over. He'll make the catch. 2 up and 2 down. That'll bring up Jordan Ramirez, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. By the way, Celts now 1 for 3 after that fly out to center field.
Fielder number 22, Jordan Ramirez.
And the first pitch. Fastball stays high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 out, nobody on. Top half, inning number 6. As Higgins comes a fastball in the inside corner. Trying to set the Knights down in order here in the 6th. That one rides high. 2-1 now your count here to Jordan Ramirez, the right fielder. Check swing for a strike there. That evens up the count now 2-2. Ramirez, by the way, in his previous at-bats, grounded out to short in the 2nd, and then, like I said, walked in the 4th before being stranded on 1st. And this pitch comes in and clips him on the shoulder here. Breaking ball got away from Higgins there a little bit. And Ramirez on at 1st with 2 down.
Pitcher number 12, Jackson
And I'll bring
Anderson.
up Jackson Anderson, the pitcher. Higgins kicks and delivers. Fastball low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. This one bounces up there. Here's a delivery from Higgins. Swing and a miss. Two and one your count now. This pitch swung on and hit out to right field. Steiner waiting for it now. He'll make the catch, and that'll bring it in to the top half of inning number 6 for Martin Luther. For the Knights in the 6th, no runs, no hits, no Yellow Jacket errors, 1 left aboard. We played 5.5. Your score, UW Superior 4, Martin Luther 2. We'll come back to the bottom of the 6th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMass Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the 6th inning. A new pitcher in for Martin Luther here, leaving Jackson Anderson, who pitches the first 5 innings for the Knights. Sam Rodriguez is the new pitcher, making his 4th appearance of the season. 9 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 13 hits, 6 runs, 4 of which have been earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 7. His record 1-0, and his ERA at 3.72. And he will face Dawson Reno, Ryan O'Dwyer, and Cole Andres here for UWS in the bottom of the 6th inning. As this pitch is in there for a strike. Rodriguez now kicks and delivers. Swung on him, grounded into center field for a base hit. And with that single to center, Reno has his first hit of the season. A leadoff single up the middle. Yellow Jackets' 7th hit of the ball game. That now will bring up Ryan O'Dwyer. O'Dwyer 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Rodriguez, as this one is now bunted up the third base line, and it'll roll foul. Oh, and 1 you're counting here to O'Dwyer. Already has a sack bunt in this game, that coming in the 2nd inning. For the Yellow Jacket third baseman. And now Yellow Jacket head coach TJ Oakes going to call a timeout here, wants to have a chat here with O'Dwyer. Oakes looking for his 72nd win as Yellow Jacket head coach. The son of former University of Minnesota pitching coach Todd Oakes. TJ Oakes, who played his college baseball at the University of Minnesota, was an all-Big Ten pitcher for the Gophers once upon a time. Check throw to first base, and Reno is back. Now Rodriguez kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and grounded softly through the middle. Winghart, the 2nd for 1. The relay throw to first, and they're going to get the double play on that one. It'll be a 6-4-3. Twin killing here for Martin Luther. 2 down now in the inning with nobody on, and now here's Cole Andres to bat.
Second baseman, number 15, Cole Andres.
Andres got the 4-run inning for the Yellow Jackets started last frame with a leadoff double before he came home on the RBI single by Johnny Rhodes. So has a fielder's choice in this game and is 1 for 2. Both those at-bats coming against starter Jackson Anderson as this pitch now is swung on and popped up on the infield. Westerhoff waiting for it to come down. He'll make the catch. And that'll bring it into the Yellow Jackets' 6th inning. For UWS in the 6th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We've played 6 complete innings now. Your score, Yellow Jackets 4, Martin Luther 2. Come back with the top of the 7th right after this. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Leading off the top
Back here for the top half of the seventh, it'll be
third baseman number 21, Ethan Elzo.
Ethan Melzo, Mark Vogel, and Alex Ritter due up here against Yellow Jacket reliever Declan Higgins. Game one of our doubleheader. Jackets leading at 4-2. As Higgins' first pitch is a breaking ball strike. 0-1 your count here. Melzo so far 1 for 2 with a run scored. This pitch is swung on and laced up the left field line, but foul. And Higgins goes ahead in the count quickly, 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch skips up there for a ball, 1 strike, 2 count now. One-two pitch here from Higgins. Here it is. Fastball off the inside corner. That evens up the count now, 2-2. Higgins on the 2-2. This one called third strike over the inside edge. A delayed call there from our home plate umpire. But that's a second strikeout for Higgins. 1 up, 1 down here in the seventh, and that'll bring up the catcher, Mark Vogel. He was 0 for 2, reached on an error in the third, and then flew out to left in the fifth. And his 2 previous at-bats. Higgins' first pitch swung on and fouled off to the left. 0-1 your count here. Top half, inning number 7. UWS came in on a 4-game winning streak, looking to stretch it to 5 here. This pitch swung on and missed by Vogel. Higgins now heading the count 0-2. Higgins on 0-2. Fastball stays high. 1-2 your count here. One-two pitch. Here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the left. Count remains 1-2 here. To the catcher. Following Vogel will flip to the top of the batting order for Alex Ritter. Higgins on the 1-2. Here's his delivery. Fastball just off the outside. That evens up the count now, 2-2. And that pitch outside.
First baseman number 6, Alex Ritter.
I think the count should be 3-2 here. Yeah, I was about to say. So 3-2, your count now. We were all a little confused there for just one moment, but it is a 3-2 count. And Higgins' pitch swung on and lined out to short. Caught on the fly there by Johnny Rhodes. That's the second out of the inning. 2 up and 2 down. And we flip to the top of the batting order now for Alex Ritter.
Now it's first baseman number 6, Alex Ritter.
First pitch from Higgins is high for a ball. It's okay, John. I think we were all a little confused on that one. This pitch is swung on and ground out toward short. Rhodes up with it. Throws over to first. That'll retire Ritter. And the Knights go in order in the top half of the 7th inning on that 6-3 putout. For Martin Luther in the top of the 7th, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on board. We played 6.5. Your score, Yellow Jackets 4, Martin Luther 2. We'll come back with the bottom of the 7th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the seventh, it's Wally Lottman, Johnny Rhodes, and Payne Steiner here due up against Samuel Rodriguez, beginning his second inning of work. Lottman 0 for 2 so far. In his 2 previous plate appearances, flew out to center in the second and then struck out, swinging in the 5th. Both those at-bats coming against starter Jackson Anderson. This pitch is swung on and driven down the left field line and into the corner. Rounding first base, digging for second will be Lottman. And the throw to second, not going to be in time. Lottman with the leadoff double. That's the 3rd extra base hit of the game for the Yellow Jackets. Their 8th hit overall, and here's Johnny Rhodes now to bat. And a runner on second. Nobody out. Rhodes so far 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. As Rodriguez looks to second, and here's his pitch. Low for a ball. Nice stop by Vogel behind the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Your count now to Superior native Johnny Rhodes. Second Rhodes brother to play for the Yellow Jackets. Ben Rhodes, graduating last year for UWS. Younger brother Johnny now on a 1-0 count. And that pitch in there for a strike. Evens up the count now 1-1. One you're counting out of Rhodes. Here's his pitch. Wanted down now by Rhodes. And Rodriguez overran it. And I think we're going to have an E1 on that call. Thank you, John. Just confirming that one. Second error on the pitcher. Anderson committed 1 earlier in the game. Now Rodriguez with the error on that play and the attempted sacrifice by Rhodes. And now runners on the corners with nobody out. And here's Peyton Steiner for the Jackets, who is 1 for 3 with a double, an RBI, and a run scored. And now he has a chance to give the Yellow Jackets a couple of insurance runs here. First pitch swung on and hacked foul off to the right. 0-1 your count here. Quick throw to first. Back in time is Rhodes. This pitch swung on, and that's hit high in the air, deep to left, way back, and that ball is gone. Peyton Steiner with the 3-run home run to left. For Steiner, his 3rd home run of the season. RBIs 10, 11, and 12. UWS has broken this one open a little bit now.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, left fielder number 28, Trey Seibrin.
I'll lead it by the score of 7-2 as Trey Seibrin steps in. 1 for 3 with an RBI. Check that, 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. And a pitch off the plate outside. So Peyton Steiner now has 4 RBIs in the game. This pitch comes inside. This pitch, that one is swung on and hit down the left field line, but hooking foul. Two and two your count now to Seibrin. Tanner Voigt waiting on deck here for the Yellow Jackets as Rodriguez kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on and hit hard up the right field line, but again, foul. Two and two, you're counting here now to Sybrant. Breaking ball fouled back to the screen. Count holding at 2-2. Here's the offering from Rodriguez. This one swung on, and that's looped out into center field. But coming on to make the catch is Carter Seltz, the center fielder. First out of the inning is a fly ball to center from Sybrant, and that'll bring up Tanner Voigt.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, first baseman number 34, Tanner Voigt.
First pitch to Voigt. Breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike. Next pitch swung on and fouled off to the right. And Rodriguez ahead in the count now 0-2. This one swung on and roped foul off to the left. We'll do it again here on 0-2. We're with Rodriguez now. Oh, 2 pitch on the way. That one swung on and driven out into the gap. That'll get all the way to the fence for extra bases. Rounding first base, digging for second is Voigt. He'll hold up there. The Jackets have suddenly found the offense here in a big way these last couple innings. Since the 5th inning, the Jackets with now 4 doubles and a home run. As Maxton Howell now steps in, who's 1 for 3 in the game. Singled and stole second in the second. Popped out the second in the 4th, and then took a called third strike in the 5th. All of those at-bats coming against starter Jackson Anderson. This is his first plate appearance against relief pitcher Samuel Rodriguez. And here's the pitch. Fastball high for a ball. Next pitch. Missed somewhere. I'm not quite sure where on that one, but it's a ball. Now 3-0 your count to Howell. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Rodriguez. That breaking ball is in there on 3-0. 3-1 your count to Howell with Dawson Reno on deck here for UWS. Jackets are 3 runs in here in the 7th. After scoring 4 in the 5th. And that one over the inside corner now to make it now 3-2. Howell was on his way to first. He'll have to retrieve the bat here and face at least one more pitch. Three-two offering. Swung on and fouled back to the right. Jackets now with 10 hits and counting here in game 1 of the doubleheader. And this pitch is swung on and popped up. Should be playable. Ritter coming over for a look. Westendorf also joined the party, and that one lands in fair territory. And it'll be a whoops-a-daisy double there for UWS's Howell. Voigt had to hold up, so he ends up on third.
Designated hitter number 33, Dawson Reno.
And now here's Dawson Reno for the Yellow Jackets. Like Westendorf and Ritter got turned around on that play up the first base line. Yeah, one of them got a glove on it. And now the infield coming in here for the Knights. First pitch to Reno is fouled back to the screen. got his first official hit of the season his last at-bat. That was a single in the 6th. Also has a fly out to center and a walk in this game, does Dawson Reno. 0-1 pitch. That one comes inside for a ball. 1-1 you're counting out to Reno. It looked like neither one, Westendorf or Ritter, was able to take control on that pop-up. Breaking ball from Rodriguez now off the corner outside. 2-1 now to Dawson Reno. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen, and we'll have a 2-2 count now. Like I said, just one out in the inning still. Rodriguez's pitch. Swung on and ground to short. Winghard up with it. He'll throw over to first. That'll retire Reno. 2 out in the inning, and that now will bring up Brian O'Dwyer. And we might have a pinch hitter here, it appears, for the Yellow Jackets. It'll be Devin Friedland for the Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets number 18, Devin Friedland.
So Friedland now will pinch hit for O'Dwyer. 2 out, runners on second and third. Friedland, by the way, on the season hitting an even .400. 14 hits, 35 trips, 1 home run, and 12 RBIs. This is his 12th game of the season for the Yellow Jackets. And the first pitch is a swing and a miss. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket freshman Friedland. As Rodriguez kicks and delivers. That pitch is swung on and laced foul up the right field line. And Rodriguez ahead now 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and grounded out to short off the glove of Winghart. 1 run is in and Voigt, rounding third, coming home to score. Will also be Maxton Howell. Can you give him a single on that play? Yeah, that's what I thought too. 2 runs come in as Voigt comes in from third. Howell scoring from second. And now Cole Andrus, the 9th batter of the inning here for the Yellow Jackets. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. Jackets have scored 4 times now in the 5th and 5 times in the 7th. Winghard trying to slide and make a play out. That ball is now taking off, and stealing second will be Friedland. First stolen base of the season for Friedland. He now is 1 for 2 in stolen base tries this season. And again on that grounder to short from Friedland. As it comes to Winghard on this one. He's up with it, throws to first. And now retire the Yellow Jackets finally in the bottom half of the 7th. But not before the Yellow Jackets send 9 to the plate. They played 5 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. The big blow, the 3-run home run by Peyton Steiner to left. There was also a Martin Luther error in there and 1 left on base. We played 7 complete innings now. Your score after 7. Yellow Jackets 9, Martin Luther 2. We'll come back with the top of the 8th right after this. This is Yellow Jacket Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top of the 8th inning, John Westendorf, Parker Winghart, and Carlos Walta to bat against Yellow Jacket reliever Declan Higgins. Jackets have suddenly broken this game open, now leading at 9-2. UWS trailed 2-0 through 4.5 in this game, but 4 runs in the 5th, 5 runs in the 7th. Like I said, have broken things open here as this pitch is swung on and missed. 0-2 your count to Westendorf. Westendorf so far 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. This is his first at-bat against Declan Higgins. Those 3 previous at-bats against starter Zach Romans as this pitch misses the outside corner. Now 1-2 your count. Reminder, game 2 will come up about 25 minutes after we go final here in game number 1. This pitch is swung on and fouled back now by Westendorf. Higgins on 1-2. Had to backdoor him with the breaking ball. Umpire says no. We're now at a 2-2 count here on Westendorf. One-two pitch. This one bounces up there. Now 2-2 your count. We'll have a brief post-game recap sponsored by Synovus Energy once we go final here in game number 1 as well. Count now 3-2. As I mentioned, to Westendorf with Winghart waiting on deck. Here's the pitch. And that one's low for ball 4. So Westendorf leads off the 8th with a walk. And here's Winghart now to bat.
Shortstop number 14, Parker Winghart.
Higgins. First pitch swung on and popped up. Short left. Seibrin calling for it. He'll come in and make the catch. That's the first out here of the 8th. And that now will bring up Carlos Walta.
Left fielder number 24, Carlos Walta.
Walta 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Higgins' first pitch. Swung on and hit deep to center field. That one's way back there. Off the base of the wall. Hall trying to run it down. Rounding second, digging for third now is Westendorf. He'll stay there. Walta will pull up at second with a double. And now the Knights have runners on second and third with 1 down for Carter Seltz, the center fielder.
Fielder number 5, Carter Seltz.
First pitch now from Higgins. Check swing and it skips away. Coming in to score now on the wild pitch will be Westendorf. Up to third goes Walta. Makes the score now 9-3, and now TJ Oakes is going to pop out of the Yellow Jacket dugout and have a conversation with his infield here.
Now pitching for the
And we'll have a new pitcher here for UWS. New pitcher for the Yellow Jackets. Relieving Declan Higgins now. It's going to be Kevin Ray. Ray for the Yellow Jackets making his 5th appearance. 9 innings pitched. He's given up 4 hits, 1 earned run. He's walked 3 and struck out 9. Doesn't have a record as of yet. And his ERA at 1.0. That's kind of a sidewinder delivery, but he does throw hard, does Ray. And he comes in now for Higgins. Higgins goes 2 1/3. Giving up 1 run so far. He's responsible for Walta over at third as well. As Ray continuing his warm-up tosses here. And he'll face Carter Seltz now with Walta on at third. 1 out here in the top half of the 8th. Game 1 of our doubleheader. Pleasant conditions for this time of year here in Superior. We talked about that during the broadcast so far here of game number 1. And Ray now inheriting a 1-0 count here against Seltz, who so far is 1 for 3 in the game. And here's the pitch from Ray. Swung on and hit to center field. And that one will get down for a base hit. Walta will come in to score. So Seltz with an RBI single. That closes the book on Higgins. And now it brings the Knights within 9-4 here. And that now brings up Samuel Rodriguez here to bat. First pitch, swung on and fouled back. Rodriguez, who came in relief of starter Jackson Anderson on the mound, batting for the first time in the game, hitting .350 on the season. No home runs, 8 RBIs, 14 hits in 40 at-bats. Bats with 1 out and a runner on first. And this pitch comes in now and hits Rodriguez. They'll head down to first. Seltz moves up to second. And now here's Jackson Anderson, who started on the mound. Is now the DH here. And Rodriguez gimping his way over now to the Martin Luther bench. He'll be replaced by a pinch runner. Get the number on the pinch runner here.
Hitter number 12, Jackson Anderson.
In any case, Ray's pitch. That comes inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering. Swung on and bounced foul. One your count here. Jack is not holding with the runners here, leading it by 5 from the top of the 8th with 1 down. Next pitch. One on a miss. Now the throw down to third is taking off as the ball kicked away from Lottman. Seltz up to third. The pinch runner now for Martin Luther up to second. One and 2 your count here to Jackson Anderson, who, by the way, is 0 for 3 at the plate here so far in game number 1. Ray's pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. That's the second out of the frame, and that now will bring up Ethan Melzo. So we're going to have a pinch hitter here.
Ethan Melzo.
Nope, it is going to be Melzo. Two out, runners on second and third. 2 runs in here for Martin Luther. 2 runs on 2 hits so far. The first pitch from Ray is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Ray's next offering. That one finds the inside corner. You have the count now 1-1. That's offering from Ray. Also over in the inside corner, and now he's ahead in the count 1-2. 1-2 pitch on the way from Kevin Ray. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that brings it into Martin Luther's top half of inning number 8. For the Knights in the 8th, 2 runs, 2 hits. No Yellow Jacket errors and 2 left on base. We've played now 7.5. UWS 9, Martin Luther 4. We'll come back with the bottom of the 8th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the 8th. New pitcher in the game here for Martin Luther, making his first appearance of the season is John Camps. And he will face Wiley Lottman, Johnny Rhodes, and Peyton Steiner here for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Lottman so far 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored. And here's Camps' first pitch to him. It is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Camps kicks and delivers. That one strike in there. That ends up the count now 1-1. One offering on the way. This one low and outside for a ball. Two and one now your count to the Yellow Jacket catcher. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled back. That evens up the count now 2-2. And here's the pitch. Swung on and hit medium depth center field, where the catch will be made. One down for the Yellow Jackets, and that now will bring up Johnny Rhodes. Rhodes for the Yellow Jackets is 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored and an RBI as well. And he stands in with 1 out, nobody on for UWS, bottom half of the 8th. And the first pitch from Camps is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Camps next delivery. Check swing, that's in there for a strike. 2-1 your count here now to the Yellow Jacket shortstop Rhodes. And here's a delivery. That one's low and evens up the count now. Makes a, let me backtrack here. 3-1 now the count. Three 1 pitch, bounced out to third. On to first. And that one short hop by the first baseman. Are we going to go E5 on that? Okay. Second time that Rhodes has reached on an error. And here's Peyton Steiner for the Yellow Jackets. 2 for 4 for Steiner. A double, a home run, 4 RBIs. And Camps now will look back to first, and Rose will dive back in. Steiner with that 3-run home run in his last at bat, that part of that 5-run 7th inning for UWS. Now he skies one out to right center field. Jackson Anderson, the starting pitcher, by the way, now playing center field, ranges over, and he'll make the catch there. 2 down now in the inning, and that'll bring up Trey Sybrant. Sybrant so far 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. Camps over to first base. Rhodes diving in head first. He's safe. Another throw to first base. This pitch is swung on and skied out to left field. Aiming for it is Walter. He'll make the catch. And that'll bring an end to the Yellow Jackets' 8th inning. For UWS in the 8th, no runs, no hits. There was 1 Martin Luther error and 1 left on base. We head to the 9th here in game number 1. Your score, UW Superior 9, Martin Luther 4. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the 9th inning.
Leading off the top of the 9th inning for Martin Luther. Third baseman number 17, Caleb Karlovsky.
And we have a change in the lineup here. Caleb Karlovsky now batting in Vogel's spot. And at bat here. Against Kevin Ray. I'm going to close this one out for the Yellow Jackets. And that pitch over the outside corner, called third strike. Third strikeout for Ray. 1 down here in the top of the 9th, and that'll bring up Alex Ritter now. Ritter so far 0 for 4 in game number 1. Run out to short in his last plate appearance in the 7th inning. And Ray's first pitch. Fastball off the plate outside for a ball. Fastball from Ray stays outside. Now 2-0 to Ritter. 2-0 pitch, swung on and missed. Two and one now your count. Ray's fastball catches the outside corner there. 2-2 now your count here. And Ray kicks and delivers. Swung on and missed, strike three. Ray now up to 4 strikeouts. 2 out here in the ninth, and that'll bring up John Westendorf. It was 1 for 3 with a walk, 2 runs scored. Jackets 1 out away from their 5th straight win here. Looking to remain undefeated in UMAC conference play as that pitch over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 your count now to Westendorf. Ray's next pitch. Swung on and tapped foul. And now the Yellow Jackets 1 strike away here. Next pitch swung on, bounce up the first base line. White will take it himself, and that'll do it. As he steps on the bag, the Knights going in order in the top half of the 9th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Your final score, Yellow Jackets 9, Martin Luther 4. We'll jump directly into a brief post-game recap here, sponsored by Synovus Energy and the Superior Refinery. Synovus Energy, we energize the world to make people's lives better. Yellow Jackets trailed in this game 2-0 going into the bottom of the 5th, but from there the Yellow Jackets score 4 times in the 5th, and 5 times in the 7th. To take a 9-2 lead, they gave up 2 runs to the Knights in the 8th, but after that it was pretty much academic as the Yellow Jackets win it by the score of 9-4. Yellow Jackets led today offensively by Peyton Steiner, who would be your post-game show player of the game here for game number 1. Steiner 2 for 5 in the game. A double, a 3-run home run, 4 RBIs for the senior from Baraboo, Wisconsin, helping the Yellow Jackets to their 10th win here of the 2025 campaign. The win on the mound, by the way, goes to Zach Romans for the Yellow Jackets with the win as he pitches his first 3 innings here. The first 5 innings, I should say, gets his 3rd win in the process. Meanwhile, taking the loss, Jackson Anderson, he has 0-1 on the season now for Martin Luther. So that's your final tally in game number 1. Yellow Jackets winning it by the score of 9-4. And with that, we will take about a 20-25 minute break before we come back with the start of game number 2 of our doubleheader. So stick around for that. We'll be back with you, like I said, in about 20-25 minutes. This is UWS Baseball here on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Ups are sponsored by Superior Choice Credit Union. First for Martin Luther, leading off and playing second base, number 6, Alex Ritter. Batting second and playing third base, number 1, John Westendorf. Batting third and playing shortstop, number 14, Parker Winghart. Batting fourth and playing in left field, number 24, Carlos Walta. Batting fifth and playing in right field, number 5, Carter Seltz. Batting sixth and playing first base, number 30, Samuel Rodriguez. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 22, George Ramirez. Batting eighth and playing in center field, number 12, Jackson Anderson. Batting ninth, catching, number 4, Mark Vogel. Pitching for Martin Luther in the second game, number 3, Connor Heckendorf. Starting lineup for the Yellow Jackets, leading off and playing second base, number 10, Noah D'Agostino. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 18, Devin Friedenlund. Batting third and playing in right field, number 3, Baden Steiner. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 34, Tanner Voigt. Batting fifth and playing left field, number 28, Trey Seibert. Batting sixth and playing center field, number 29, Max Howell. Batting seventh and playing third base, number 15, Cole Andrus. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 37, Jake Brandenburg. Batting ninth and playing shortstop, number 5, Johnny Rose. Pitching for the Yellow Jackets in the second game, number 13, Josh Pritchard.
We are back here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex for game number 2 of our doubleheader here. The Yellow Jackets keep with the 3-game sweep after taking game 1 9-4 on the mound for the Yellow Jackets. Here in game number 2 is Josh Pritchard for UW Superior. Pritchard for the Yellow Jackets, making his 4th start of the season, his 5th appearance overall, 12 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 13 hits, 7 runs, all of which have been earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 12. He has a 1-0 record. His ERA 4.97, and he will face this batting order now for Martin Luther. Alex Ritter will lead off and play second base. John Westendorf will bat second and play third. Parker Winghart will bat third and play shortstop. Carlos Walter will bat fourth and play in left field. Carter Seltz will play in right field here in game number 2, and he will bat fifth. Samuel Rodriguez comes in to play first base, and he will bat sixth. Meanwhile, Jordan Ramirez is the designated hitter here. Jackson Anderson bats in the 8th hole, and he will bat 8th after Ramirez in the 7th hole, and Mark Vogel will bat 9th and catch. Connor Heckendorf will be their starting pitcher. Meanwhile, for the Yellow Jackets defensively, they will look this way behind Josh Pritchard. Around the infield from left to right, Cole Andres moves over to third base here in game number 2. Johnny Rhodes at short. Second base being played by Noah D'Agostino, who comes in for the Yellow Jackets. Tanner Voigt over at first base. The outfielders from left to right, Trey Seibrandt over in left. In center field, it's Max Howell, and over in right field, Peyton Steiner. Meanwhile, Jake Brandenburg comes in to do the catching here in game number 2 for UWS. As Ritter steps in here now to begin the second game of this doubleheader. Thank you for joining us for game number 2. In case you missed game number 1, the Yellow Jackets won at 9-4. They are now 10-9 on the season overall, and a perfect 5-0 in the league. Meanwhile, Martin Luther now at 5-11 after that game 1 loss, and they are 0-5 in conference play. Pritchard now stepping in against Ritter, and the opening pitch here on the way, swung on and grounded out toward first. Backhanded stab by Voigt. He'll underhanded to Pritchard covering first. 3-run scoring play, Ritter grounds out. 1 up, 1 down, top half inning number 1, and here now is John Westendorf to bat.
Third baseman number 1, John Westendorf.
Westendorf now stepping in here. And Pritchard's first pitch. Fastball over the inside corner for a strike. Westendorf was 1 for 5 with 2 runs scored in game number 1 today. And the next pitch here from Pritchard's in there for a strike. He's ahead in the count now, 0-2. Conditions remaining very favorable for baseball here at this time of the year. As this breaking ball swung on and looped out into left field for a base hit. So Westendorf with the 1-out single to left. And I'll bring up Parker Winghart.
Shortstop number 14, Parker Winghart.
Winghart stepping in here now. Yeah, 2 hits in game number 1. And the first pitch, Pritchard coming inside, jamming it up, and he swings right through it. It's 0-1 your count now to the shortstop Winghart. Westendorf over at first. Pritchard. His second pitch skied foul down the left field line. And now ahead in the count 0-2 is UWS starting pitcher Josh Pritchard. Pritchard's pitch swung on and popped up. Shallow center field. Howell coming in. He'll make the grab. Actually let that ball drop and then through the second. So he'll reach on a fielder's choice. Strange looking play there. 8-4 on the scoring play. And the first pitch to Carlos Walter is fouled away. It's had kind of a strange looking play there. Don't see that very often. I figured Howell would make the catch. Instead he caught it on a hop. Through the second. And that retired again Westendorf, who got caught in no man's land, and his pitch swung on and hit to center field. And pretty well hit, and that one's going to get into the gap. All the way to the wall. Winghart's going to round third. He'll come in to score. Walta with an RBI double into the gap there. And like they did in game number 1, Martin Luther breaking out on top here, top half of the inning, 1-0 your score. And now here's Carter Seltz to bat. 2 out, 1 in. Richard's pitch. Backdoor breaking ball stays off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering, swung on and grounded back through the middle. Now getting a second center field for a base hit. Rounding third base now, trying to come home, and he will score. Is going to be Walta. And Martin Luther off to a quick start here. 2 runs on 3 hits here in the top half of the first. And here's Samuel Rodriguez, who came in as a relief pitcher in game number 1. Having a good season at the plate, hitting .350. Saw him in a 1 at-bat situation in game number 1. And the first pitch from pitcher is in there for a strike. 1 pitch. It's outside. Aims up the count. Pritchard now. Delivers this fastball over the outside corner. 1-2 your count. Here's a delivery. Breaking ball swung on and fouled back. Continue on at 1-2. Richard now. As this pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right. Wind beginning to pick up in the background, as you can hear. Pitch now on 1-2. That one low makes it now 2-2. Pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And that finally brings an end to the top half of inning number 1. But Martin Luther scores 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no Yellow Jacket errors and 1 left on base. We played 1/2 inning of game number 2 of this doubleheader. Your score after that half inning. The Knights 2, Yellow Jackets coming up. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the first. Have you downloaded Swarm Central, the official rewards and loyalty app of the Yellow Jackets? Get started and receive 200 points just for registering and 200 more for downloading the app. Redeem your points for cool prizes in the Swarm Central store. Find Swarm Central in the Apple and Google stores today. Yellow Jackets will have Noah D'Agostino, Devin Friedenlund, and Peyton Steiner to bat here against Connor Heckendorf, the starter for Martin Luther. here in game number 2 for Heikendorf, making his 5th start of the season. 24 innings pitched, 30 hits allowed, 13 runs, 7 of which have been earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 10. His record 2-1, his ERA 2.63. D'Agostino, who did not play in game 1 for the Yellow Jackets, leading it off here in the bottom of the first. Hitting 235 on the season, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, 12 hits, and 51 trips to the plate for D'Agostino. And here's the pitch from Heckendorf. Breaking ball from the lefty, stays outside. And D'Agostino away in the offering. Here it is. It went over the outside corner. We have a 3-2 count here to the Yellow Jackets second baseman. Here's the pitch. Swung on and driven out in the right center field. And that's going to get into the gap. D'Agostino will dig for second, and he'll be out by about 6 feet on that play. Go down as a single to right for D'Agostino. And then thrown out on the 9-6 scoring play. And now here's Devin Friedland to bat for the Yellow Jackets. Saw him in a pinch hitting role in game number 1, and the first pitch from Heckendorf is over the outside edge for a strike. 0-1 for the freshman. Here's a delivery. That one swung on and looped out in the left field. And a diving catch going to be made out in left field by Walta. 2 down now for the Jackets. Bottom half of the first, and here's Peyton Steiner now to bat. Steiner, who went 2 for 5 in game number 1, 4 RBIs, 3-run home run for him, and the first pitch to him is swung on and driven to center field, and an easy catch out in center for Jackson Anderson, and just like that, the Yellow Jackets are down in the top half of the first. For UWS in the first, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 1 full inning. Your score after 1, Martin Luther 2, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of inning number 2. Jordan Ramirez, Jackson Anderson, and Mark Vogel here against Josh Pritchard. We have 2 runs on 3 hits in the top half of the first. Going on, grounded to short. Rhodes up with it. Strong throw across the diamond to Boyd to retire Ramirez. 1 pitch, 1 out. 6-3 on the scoring play. And that'll bring up Jackson Anderson now. Pritchard kicking and delivering, and the first pitch is a fastball low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. in there for a strike. Evens up the count now 1-1. This one swung on and blooped out in the right center field, and that'll get down for a base hit. 4 hits already for the Knights here so far through an inning and a third, and that now will bring up Mark Bogle, the catcher. So 1 out, single to right. Anderson on at first base. Andrus in a step at third. Bogle squaring around, and now he'll pull the bat back, and the first pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Richard checking with Brandenburg. Comes inside with the fastball. Now it's 2-0. Nice pitch, bunted up the third base line. Andrus up with it. Throws over to Voigt at first. Sacrifice is completed. 5-3 on the scoring play. Anderson up to second. 2 down, and now we flip to the top of the batting order for Alex Ritter.
Baseman number 6, Alex Ritter.
0 for 1. Running out on a 3-1 scoring play to lead off the contest last inning. And here's the pitch. Backdoor breaking ball stays high. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off to the left. Andrus coming over to have a look. And he'll run out of room. Richard for the Yellow Jackets. Kicks and delivers. This pitch is swung on and popped up. Should be playable. Andrus calling for it. And he'll make the catch right on the line. And that'll bring an end to the Martin Luther second inning. For the Knights in the second. No runs, 1 hit. No Yellow Jacket errors. 1 left on base. We played an inning and a half. Your score, Knights 2, Yellow Jackets nothing. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the second, Tanner Voigt, Trey Seibert, and Max Howell do it for the Yellow Jackets here against Connor Heckendorf, who faced the minimum in the bottom half of the first. And the first pitch to Voigt is swung on and bounced foul outside of third. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket first baseman. Here's the pitch from Heckendorf. Low for a ball. Ends up the count now 1-1. Heckendorf working quickly. This pitch is swung on and bounced outside of third. Foul. Count now will be 1-2. Heckendorf now kicking and delivering. That pitch is swung on and hit the center field end deep. Going way back, looking at it, is Anderson. Short hops the wall, rounding first. And pulling up at second with a stand-up double is Tanner Voigt. So the Yellow Jackets have a leadoff double here in the second, and they'll now bring up Trey Seibert. Seibert now against Heckendorf. Here's the pitch. Backdoor breaking ball for a strike. 0-1 your count. Second hit of the game for the Yellow Jackets. Here's the pitch. Well off the plate with that one. Seibert now awaiting the offering. Here it is. Swung on, turned on it, and fouled it to the left. One and two your count now to the Yellow Jacket left fielder, Seibert. And this pitch is swung on and grounded out toward third. Voigt will hold up at second. And that'll be an E5. Runners on first and second for the Yellow Jackets.
Center fielder number 29, Matt Howell.
Error on the third baseman, Westendorf, as he came in on that one. Gave him a hit on that one? Okay. So the official score, Mr. John Garber giving him a hit. I will as well. Now Howell is going to bunt it. Puts it down, throw to first base. That retires Howell on the sacrifice. 2-4 on that one. Voigt up to third. Seibert up to second.
Third baseman number 15, Cole Andres.
And that'll be Cole Andres now at the plate for the Yellow Jackets. Andres, who had a double in the first game for the Yellow Jackets. And he takes the first pitch high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Martin Luther going to bring the infield in here. Next pitch. Just misses on that one as well. Now 2-0 your count to Andres. Comes inside corner with that fastball. Now 2-1 your count. Andres moving over to third. Started at second base in game number 1, and he sprays this one foul. 2-2 now your count. Two pitch. Swung on and hit deep to left field. Walta measures it. He'll make the catch, taking up at third. Coming to score will be Voigt, and then the throw will be grabbed now by Mark Vogel. Taking up from second, moving up to third is Seibert. So the sac fly.
Catcher number 37, Jake Brandenburg.
That brings in Voigt to make it 2-1. Seibert the tying run over at third, and now here's Jake Brandenburg to bat for the first time. Didn't play in game number 1. Comes in hitting 200 on the season. And on the first pitch, he swings, taps it out in front of the plate, and then Vogel applies the tag. And now TJ Oak's going to come in and have a conversation now with the home plate umpire. And the home plate umpire now and the umpire near the mound going to have a conversation here. TJ Oak's coming in immediately off of that one. It did look like a foul ball from our angle. But they're going to say it is a ground out, so we'll say 2 unassisted on that one as Brandenburg grounds out. And And that brings an end to the second inning for the Yellow Jackets. A run on 2 hits. No Martin Luther errors and 1 left on base. We played 2 innings. Your score after 2, the Knights 2, Yellow Jackets 1. This is Yellow Jacket Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the third, John Westendorf, Parker Winghart, and Carlos Walta to bat here against Josh Pritchard. In a 2-1 contest here from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. Game number 2 of our doubleheader. EWS taking game 1 9-4. And the first pitch to Westendorf. Swung on and skied, shallow left. Seibring coming in, he'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here in the third. Westendorf now 1 for 2, and that'll bring up Parker Winghart. Reach base in a very odd way. Shallow fly to left center field. Maxton Howell failed to make the play on it. He's charged with an error. It ended up being an out anyway, as John Westendorf, who was on first base, had to retreat, assuming the catch was going to be made. Instead, Howell just picked it up, flipped it to second to get the out. 8-4 on that scoring play, and Winghart, as a result, reached first base and then came home to score on the RBI double by Carlos Walta. So he's 0 for 1 with a run scored after all that. Pritchard now for the Yellow Jackets, dealing to Winghart with 1 out. Half after the third, and this pitch is swung on and hit the center field. Howell, he'll make the catch this time. 2 up and 2 down, and that'll bring up Carlos Walta.
Left fielder number 24, Carlos Walta.
Walta with 2 out, nobody on. The first pitch to him is fisted foul off to the left. Walta with the RBI double to left in the first, then came around to score on the RBI single by Carter Seltz. As Pritchard's next pitch comes over the inside corner. And quickly ahead in the count now, Pritchard 0-2. Pritchard's next offering. Fastball just off the outside corner. Ball 1, strike 2. Now your count to the Martin Luther left fielder, Carlos Walta. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pritchard sets down the Knights in order for the first time this afternoon. For Martin Luther in the third, no runs, no hits, nobody left on base. At the end of 2.5, your score, Martin Luther 2, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. It'll be Johnny Rhodes, Noah D'Agostino, and Devin Friedland here against Connor Heckendorf in the bottom half of the third. Martin Luther leading at 2-1 here. Matt Johnson, our entire crew from Yellow Jacket TV, thank you for joining us this afternoon. As we have finally reached the afternoon. Game number 1 today started at 10 a.m. That's about as early as we get for broadcasts here. The first pitch from Heckendorf in their first strike. Next pitch to Rhodes, swung on and skied in the left center field. Jackson Anderson coming over, and he'll make the grab. 1 up and 1 down for the Jackets here. And we'll flip to the top of the batting order now for Noah D'Agostino, who was 1 for 1, singled to right leading off the game for the Yellow Jackets, and then was out trying to stretch it into a double on a 9-6 scoring play. He bats with nobody on, 1 out. Swings and hits it to center field, and Anderson will make the catch there. So 2 quick flyouts to center field for UWS. 2 up and 2 down, and now here's Friedland to bat.
Designated hitter number 18, Devin Friedland.
Friedland for the Yellow Jackets 0 for 1. He flew it to left in the first. And the opening pitch to him from Heckendorf is swung on and lined out in the right field. That'll get through for a base hit. Friedland with the 2-out single to right. And now it's Peyton Steiner for the Yellow Jackets to bat. He also is 0 for 1, flew out to center field. Jackets getting a lot of quality swings early in the at-bats here today against Heckendorf. This one, a fastball over the outside corner for a strike. The UWS aggressive in the box so far here in game number 2. To go off the bats, get going in game number 1 for UWS. As Steiner swings and fouls this one off to the right. 3 home runs now for Peyton Steiner. Senior from Baraboo, Wisconsin. Here's the pitch. Swung and grounded back through the middle. Winghart will flip it to second, and that will retire Friedland on a 6-4 scoring play on the fielder's choice. And the Jackets are down in the bottom half of the third. For UWS in the third, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We have played 3 complete here. Your score, Martin Luther 2, Yellow Jackets 1. We'll come back to the top of the 4th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Right fielder number 5, Carter Seltz.
Carter Seltz will bat lead off here for Martin Luther, top of the 4th. Siamna Rodriguez and Jordan Ramirez do up also against Josh Pritchard here for the Yellow Jackets, beginning his 4th inning of work. As Pritchard's first pitch comes inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering is low. 2-0 now your count. Seltz so far 1 for 1. Singled in a run in the first. This pitch is swung on and hit to left field. Cybrant drifting toward the line will make the catch for the Yellow Jackets. 1 up, 1 down.
First baseman number 30, Samuel Rodriguez.
Here's Samuel Rodriguez now as pitcher beginning to settle in just a little bit here. Tired 7 of the last 8 that he's faced as Rodriguez stands in. He's 0 for 1. Struck out swinging in the to end the first. 2 strikeouts for Josh Pritchard to this point. Here's the pitch. This fastball misses the outside edge. Pritchard's pitch here. This is off the outside as well. 2-1 your count here. This pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. Teams up the count now 2-2. Pritchard now delivering on 2-2. Just swung on and hit hard, but foul off to the right. Count holding at 2-2. Breaking ball now from Pritchard stays outside, and the count's been run full. Now 3-2 your count here to Rodriguez. It's Ramirez waiting on deck. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and hit deep to left. That one way back, and leaping up and making the catch just on the base of the fence is Trey Seibrandt. That was a nice play by the Yellow Jacket Jr. Rodriguez got all of that one, and running back, sprinting back with Seibrandt, made the catch. 2 down now, and here's Jordan Ramirez to bat. He's 0 for 1, ground out to short, leading off the second. He bats with 2 out, nobody on here. Top half, inning number 4. First pitch from Pritchard is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss by Ramirez. That evens up the count now 1-1. 1-1 delivery. Swing and a miss by Ramirez. Came inside on him, jammed him up. And he waved over the top of it. And now it's 1-2 here for Pritchard. Pritchard's pitch. Off the plate outside. Even with the count now 2-2. Two on the way. That one's outside. Now he's running full. 3-2 to Ramirez. Should he keep the inning going? Jackson Anderson would be next. Three-two pitch. Swung on and popped up. Might be playable. Voigt coming over. Looking to make the play on it. Couldn't come up with it. Up the right field line. And we'll have another payoff pitch on 3-2 here. Three-two pitch. Here it is. Check swing. Toward second. Sliding play by D'Agostino on to Voigt at first. And that retires Martin Luther in order on a 4-3 scoring play. 8 in a row now set down by Josh Pritchard. As Martin Luther goes 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 3.5. Your score, Martin Luther 2, Yellow Jackets 1. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the fourth, Tanner Voigt, Trey Seibrin, and Max Howell due up here against Connor Heckendorf. Line score so far, Knights with 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Yellow Jackets a run on 4 hits and 1 error. As Voigt steps in, doubled in his first plate appearance. Then came in to score on the sacrifice fly by Cole Andres. 1 for 1. This pitch is swung on and grounded out to third. Westendorf up with it. Throws well over the top of Rodriguez over at first. That'll go up the line. That'll be an E5. And Voigt will pull up at second base. Off the throwing error. That throw just sailed on Westendorf as he picked it up.
Left fielder number 28, Trey Seibrin.
And here's Trey Seibrin now, who singled in the first, was stranded on third. Not the first error of the game here against the Knights. So Voigt out at second. Heckendorf's pitch. Breaking ball over the outside edge. Going fishing was Seibrin. He comes up empty. 0-1 your count here. Next pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen, and Heckendorf gets ahead of Seibrin, 0-2. 0-2 offering coming up from Heckendorf as he looks towards second. That one bounces up there. Nice stop behind the plate by Vogel. That'll keep Voigt at second, at least for the time being. 1-2 now to Seibrin. Next pitch swung on and drilled to center field. And that's going to get through for a base hit. Voigt had to hold up. He'll stop at third. Seibrin with a couple of singles so far. Runners on the corners. Nobody out for UWS here in the fourth. Here's Max Howell now for the Yellow Jackets. Doesn't have an official at bat here in game number 2. Laid down a sacrifice in a 2-4 scoring play in his first plate appearance in the second. And now the Yellow Jackets leading RBI man on the season, Max Howell, has runners on the corners with nobody out. Here's the pitch. Heckendorf trying to backdoor him there with a breaking ball, and it's off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Howell also leading the Yellow Jackets in home runs with 4 this season. Heckendorf's pitch forthcoming here. Swung on and hit out to right field. That one will be caught now by Seltz. Taking up is going to be Voigt. He'll come home off the sacrifice fly, and the RBI for Howell ties things up as Voigt comes in to score. 2 apiece now as Seibrin holds up at first. 1 down here in the fourth. Now bring up Cole Andres.
Number 15, Cole Andres.
Andres also had a sacrifice in that second inning, sacrifice fly. That brought home Voigt, the Yellow Jackets' first run of the game. And he bats now with Seibrin on at first. 1 down here, bottom half of the fourth in a 2-2 contest. Here's the pitch from Heckendorf. Backdoor off the plate, outside. He's been looking for that pitch a lot, has the lefty Heckendorf. Off the plate a couple times with that pitch. Andres standing in now. Here's the pitch now. This one comes in low, blocked away now by Vogel. Seibrin will stay at first. And here in the background, like I said, the wind picking up just a little bit here. So not super breezy out by any stretch of the imagination here. Heckendorf's pitch swung on and missed here by Andres. Here's the offering. Swung on and hit to right field. Seltz will drift back. He'll make that catch as well. Two down in the inning, and now here's Jake Brandenburg. Saw exactly 1 pitch in his previous at-bat. Ended up being tagged out by Vogel on a disputed play at home play. That was a Tapper that our home plate umpire decided was in fair territory, tagged out Brandenburg. That ended the second inning, so Brandenburg is 0 for 1 so far here. Eckendorf kicks and delivers. Off with the pitch is Seibert. The throw to second. It's going to be in time, and Seibert caught stealing here. And that brings an end to the bottom half of the fourth. Yellow Jackets with a run on one hit. There was one Martin Luther error, and nobody left on base. We've played 4 complete innings now here in game number 2. Your score, Yellow Jackets 2, Martin Luther 2. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of inning number 5, Jackson Anderson, Mark Vogel, and Alex Ritter drew up here against Josh Pritchard, who was settled in now nicely for the last 8 batters that he's faced. Anderson, in fact, the last Martin Luther player to get a hit. He singled in his first plate appearance in the second and is 1 for 1 as Pritchard. The pitch swung on and popped up on the infield. Johnny Rhodes calling for it from shortstop, and he'll make the grab. 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up the catcher, Vogel.
For Mark Vogel.
Had a 5-3 sacrifice in his first plate appearance. And this pitch is swung on and grounded all toward third. And that will, I think, end up being an infield hit. Are they going to give a... Okay. So that's... stops the string there. Infield single for Vogel. 5th hit of the game for Martin Luther. And now Alex Ritter will bat. Brandenburg first going to go out and chat with his pitcher Pritchard here in a tie ball game. 2 runs, 5 hits, and an error for Martin Luther. 2 runs, 5 hits, and an error for the Yellow Jackets so far. And Ritter bats with 1 out, 1 on. Top half of this 5th inning. As Pritchard kicks and delivers, and this pitch is swung on, and that's lined out in the left field for a base hit. So back-to-back singles here. Stopping at second will be Vogel. And here's John Westendorf to bat now. And out to the mound comes head coach TJ Oakes. One of the disadvantages we have from our vantage point here is we can't always tell when there's action in the bullpen, but apparently there is. Looks like this might be the end of the day here for Josh Pritchard. And we'll have a relief pitcher here for UWS.
Number 33, Dawson Reno.
And Dawson Reno is going to come in as the reliever. So we'll come back and give you the numbers on Reno in just 1 second here. Reno coming in here now for the Yellow Jackets, making just his second appearance. Had a start earlier in the campaign. Pitched 2 1/3 innings in that first start, gave up 3 hits, 4 runs. None of them were earned, however, and he does have 1 strikeout. His record 0-1, ERA of 0.00, and he will come in relief of Pritchard. He inherits 2 on, 1 out. Mark Vogel on at second, Alex Ritter on at first. 1 out here, top half of inning number 5. And like I said, Reno started as a designated hitter in game number 1 for the Yellow Jackets. Had a couple of quality at-bats as well for UWS. Now we're going to see him on the mound here in game number 2, the lefty. So something of an interesting situation here for Reno. As Westendorf now stands in. John Westendorf so far here in game number 2, 1 for 2, singled in the first and flew out to left in the third. As Reno checks with the runners. Jackets. This one is bunted up in the air by Westendorf, and it'll fall foul. 0-1 your count. One your count. Reno's pitch. Fastball over the outside corner, and he's ahead in the count now, 0-2. Two delivery from Dawson Reno. Swung on and chopped over the top of the mound. That's going to be a tough play. And beating it out on the infield single will be Westendorf. Got the right hop on that one. Vogel moves up to third. Ritter up to second. Westendorf now on at first on the infield single.
Shortstop number 14, Parker Winghart.
Here's Parker Winghart now to bat. So the base is loaded. We'll see what the Yellow Jackets decide to do on the infield here. It looks like bringing Andres in a step at third. Everybody else got double play depth here, it looks like. Reno's pitch. Swung on and hit to left field and deep. And it'll get over the head of Seibert, and it'll bounce all the way to the wall. 1 run is going to come in to score. Rounding third. Also digging for home is going to be Ritter. He'll come in and score as well. And it's a 2-run double for Winghart. And Martin Luther back out in front now. 4-2.
Fielder number 24, Carlos Walta.
Stopping at third is Westendorf. Still just 1 out in the inning. And there's Carlos Walta now to bat. Reno's pitch. Fastball stays high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Reno's delivery. That one swung on, grounded out to second. D'Agostino will take the out at first. Coming in to score will be Westendorf. RBI ground out for Walta. 3 runs in the inning now, and Martin Luther up 5-2. Winghart will pull up at third. And here's Carter Seltz now to bat, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a flyout in his 2 previous at-bats here. There's Pitch from Ray now off the plate for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next offering on the way. Swung on and lined towards short, and that one will be grabbed by Rhodes on the sinking liner from Carter Seltz, and that'll bring an end to the top half of the 5th. Good inning, though, for the Knights. They score 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no Yellow Jacket errors and 1 left on base. We have now played 4.5. Your score, Martin Luther 5, Yellow Jackets 2. Will come up with the bottom of the 5th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
For the Yellow Jackets.
We're back here for the bottom half of the 5th. The Yellow Jackets with a 3-run hole to dig out of here as they begin the 5th inning. Jake Brandenburg, Johnny Rhodes, and Noah D'Agostino to bat here against Connor Heckendorf. Heckendorf's first pitch. Brandenburg is swung on and fouled off to the left. Vogel coming over to have a look, and it'll get out of play. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket catcher here in game number 2. Here's the pitch. Goes to the outside corner and misses it. 1-1 your count now to Brandenburg. This pitch. Out to play as well. By the way, it's Wiley Lotman that is pinch hitting here for Brandenburg. Next offering is swung on and popped up. Rodriguez will make the grab. 1 out for the Yellow Jackets. So it is Wiley Lotman in there for the Yellow Jackets, and now here's Johnny Rhodes. Did not notice the change, folks. My mistake. Rhodes now bats with 1 out. Nobody on here, bottom half of the 5th. And here's the pitch. Bunted up in the air, and Vogel couldn't find it. Rhodes so far 0 for 1, flew out to center field in the 3rd. Here's the pitch from Heckendorf. Swing and a miss. Oh, and 2 your count now to the Yellow Jacket shortstop. Here's the delivery. Had to backdoor him again with that breaking ball. 1-2 your count. Heckendorf working quickly. This pitch misses again. 2-2, and now Heckendorf asking where the pitch was. 2-2 to Rhodes here. Got under it, pops it up on the infield. Wessendorf making the call for it. He'll make the catch. 2 down here in the 5th, and now Noah D'Agostino with 2 out, nobody on. Well, bat here for the Yellow Jackets.
Noah D'Agostino.
First pitch from Heckendorf in there for a strike. D'Agostino awaiting the offering. Swung on and hit hard, but up the first base line foul. And Heckendorf ahead in the count now 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit out to right field. And trying to make the diving play and getting it skipped by him is going to be Carter Seltz. D'Agostino and around second base now, dig for third. And he'll pull up there, or actually he'll slide in there. With a 2-out triple for the Yellow Jackets. And now Devin Friedland will bat here. And here's the pitch from Heckendorf. Fastball high for a ball. Greenland so far 1 for 2. Singled in the third. Flew out to left in the first in his 2 previous at-bats. And this pitch is swung on and roped into center field. Greenland with the RBI single, as coming in from third is D'Agostino. That'll bring up now Peyton Steiner for the Yellow Jackets, who is 0 for 2 here in game number 2. Heckendorf now with the pitch, and it swung on and bounced foul by Steiner outside of third. 0-1 your count. Heckendorf from the stretch. Swung on and tapped up the first base line. And they're going to say it was a fair ball. Picks it up, tags out Steiner. There'll be 1 unassisted on that play, and that'll bring it into the Yellow Jackets half of inning number 5. For UWS in the 5th, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We played now 5 complete innings. Your score, Mount Luther 5, Yellow Jackets 3. We'll come back with the top of the 6th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the 6th, Samuel Rodriguez, Jackson Ramirez, and Jackson Anderson the bat here against Yellow Jacket reliever Dawson Reno. Reno, the second Yellow Jacket pitcher here in game number 2, came in relief of Josh Pritchard last inning. And the first pitch from Reno in there for a strike to Rodriguez, who is 0 for 2 so far. Struck out swinging in the first and then flew out deep to left in the 4th on a really nice play by Yellow Jacket left fielder Trey Seibrandt. This pitch is swung on and hit out to right field. Steiner waiting for it. He'll make the grab. 1 down here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Jackson Ramirez, who's 0 for 2 here so far. Pair of ground outs for him, 1 to short in the 2nd and 1 to second in the 4th. And his 2 previous at-bats here in game number 2. Reno, first pitch, swung on, foul back to the screen. Way Wally Lottman staying in to catch here for the Yellow Jackets after pinch hitting for James Brandenburg last inning. And here's Here's delivery from Reno. Breaking ball comes inside. Gives up the count now 1-1. 1-1 delivery here from Reno. Low with the delivery there to make it now 2-1. Pitch swung on and fouled off to the right. That evens up the count now 2-2. Reno on 2-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and hit softly toward third. Andres up with it. Throws to first. And he gets Ramirez by a half step. 5-3 on the putout. Nice play by Cole Andres over at third base for the Yellow Jackets, and that'll now bring up Jackson Anderson. With 2 down, nobody on. Anderson so far 1 for 2. Had a single in the second and then popped out to short in the 5th. It's that 3-run inning that Martin Luther had that has given them this 5-3 lead as the first pitch here from Reno over the inside corner for a strike. Pitch swung on and skied to right center field. Howell calling for it. He'll make the catch. And a quick top of the 6th for Dawson Reno and the Yellow Jackets in the field. For Martin Luther in the 6th, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 5.5. Your score, Martin Luther 5, Yellow Jackets 3. We'll come back with the bottom of the 6th right after this. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the 6th inning, Tanner Voigt, Trey Seibrin, and Max Howell to bat here against Heckendorf, who's gone all the way on the mound here so far for Martin Luther. A quick reminder, our next broadcast of Yellow Jacket Baseball is scheduled to be April 5th. And as of now, that's actually scheduled to be a joint broadcast on 91.3 FM, KUWS on the radio, and also here on Yellow Jacket TV, but put that one in stone as of yet. We'll see what the weather does. That would be, by the way, a double header. As John Garver kind of smirked as I said, yeah, don't put that in stone. Everything's always up in the air. But assuming nothing goes haywire with that scheduling, it'll be 1 and 3:30 of the doubleheader. We'll be on the pregame starting at about 12:45 with hopefully yours truly on the call. I don't know. We'll see again. That's a whole week away. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. But that would be our next broadcast. As this pitch is swung on and grounded out towards short. Winghart waiting on the hop. Throws over to first, and that retires Voigt on a 6-3 scoring play. 1 up and 1 down for the Jackets here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Trey Seibrin.
Left fielder number 28, Trey Seibrin.
Seibrin so far 2 for 2 for the Yellow Jackets. The first pitch from Heckendorf in there for a strike. 0-1 to the Yellow Jacket left fielder. He's had a good day at the plate. Had 2 hits in game 1, has 2 hits here in game 2 as well. This pitch from Heckendorf stays high and off the plate outside. Even up the count now 1-1. Next pitch. Seibrin swinging through that one. And now ahead in the count is Heckendorf on 1-2. Pitch is swung on, and that's ground out in the left field for a base hit. Seibert now 3 for 3 here in game number 2. Came in as the Yellow Jackets' leading hitter, and you can see why. 5 hits in the doubleheader, and now here's Maxton Howell for the Yellow Jackets. Was a pair of sacrifices in this game and an RBI.
Number 29, Max Howell.
Howell stepping in with 1 on, 1 out. Tying run at the plate here for the Jackets. Bottom half of the 6th. And here's the first pitch from Heckendorf, and it is in there for a strike. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket center fielder, Max Howell. This pitch is swung on and driven out in the right field. That'll be through for a base hit. Holding up at second is Seibert. So the Yellow Jackets with 2 on, 1 out, and here's Cole Andrus now to bat.
Third baseman number 15, Cole Andrus.
Andrus so far 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly and an RBI here in game number 2. Here's a delivery from Heckendorf, swung on and hit to right field. And unable to find it is going to be Seltz, rounding third base. Now here's Seibert, and he'll come in to score all the way from second. So the bloop single to right for Andrus. Seibert coming in to score. Holding up at second is Howell. 2 RBIs in the game for Cole Andrus, and it now is 5-4. Here's Wiley Lotman now to bat for the Yellow Jackets. Lotman, who came in for Jake Brandenburg in the 5th, is 0 for 1. Popped out to the first baseman, Rodriguez. And he bats with 2 aboard, still 1 out. And this pitch is swung on and bounced towards short. Winghart charges in, the throw to first. And they're going to say they did get him in time there, as Rodriguez had to hold his ground on the bag there, running. And now TJ Oakes wants to double check. Howell up to third. Andrus up to second. And now the umpires are going to confer here. Let's see if he kept his foot on the bag, and they're going to say yes, he did. So Andrus to second base, Howell to third on the ground out now for Lotman.
Number 5,
Nice play by Winghart to charge in on that one and retire him on a 6-3. And here's Johnny Rhodes now for the Yellow Jackets. That's Heckendorf's pitch. He's in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. This one is swung on and fouled near the plate. Coming back to look at it now is Vogel, and he'll run out of room. That's a tough play up against the fence for any catcher. As a former catcher myself, I can tell you that one. That's tough. You got to have to try to feel where the fence is. And it is a high sky here on top of everything else. Not a lot of clouds in the air. In fact, right now, no clouds to speak of. Nothing but blue sky above us. And I feel for Vogel on that kind of play. That's a tough one to have to try to make. 0-2 your count now as Rhodes stands in. Here's Heckendorf's pitch. Comes inside and clips him on the hand, and that'll load the bases here. So now the bases will be loaded. And we'll flip to the top of the batting order now for Noah D'Agostino, who so far is 2 for 3 in the game. Now the umpires are going to have a conversation just to make sure that the call was the right call, that it didn't catch the knob of the bat. Otherwise, it would have been a foul ball. And they confer and decide it was the right call. So now the bases loaded with 2 out. And Noah D'Agostino, who has 2 hits in the game, a triple and a single, and a run scored here so far against Heckendorf. Here's the pitch. Off the plate outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. The junior from Andover, Minnesota, standing in here on a 1 ball count. Next delivery. off the plate as well. Now 2-0. D'Agostino away the offering here from Heckendorf. Here it is. Swung on and fouled off to the right. 2-1 your count to the Yellow Jackets second baseman here. Big spot in this game right now. Bases loaded. 2 out. 5-4 your score. This one is swung on and hit to right field. Ranging over now with Seltz. He can't make the play. 1 run is in. Another run is in. D'Agostino will hold up at second, and the throw to home plate will clear the bases. So D'Agostino, and we'll wait for the scoring play on that one. John, what do you got? You give him a double on that play, John? Single? Okay. So he'll give him a hit on that one. 3 RBIs, by the way, as it hung up in the air. Howell scoring, Andres scoring, and Rhodes all scoring on that play for the Yellow Jackets. So D'Agostino now 3 for 4. He's got 3 RBIs. Here's Friedland now to bat. He was 2 for 3 with an RBI. UWS now has taken the lead at 7-5. Heckendorf now. Here's the delivery. One off the plate outside. Here's the delivery. One stays high. Jackets with 4 runs an inning now on 4 hits. This one is swung on and hit to right field. Seltz coming over. This one more routine, and he'll make the grab. And that'll bring an end to the Yellow Jackets' half of the 6th inning. For UWS in the 6th, 4 runs, 4 hits. No errors and 1 left on base. We've played 6 complete here now from the NBC Spartan Sports Complex in Game 2, and your score, Yellow Jackets 7, Martin Luther 5. We'll come back with the top of the 7th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Number 4, Mark Vogel.
Back here for the top half of the 7th, it's Mark Vogel, Alex Ritter, and John Westendorf to bat here against Dawson Reno. Yellow Jackets in the ball game now up 7-5 as the first pitch from Reno is off the plate for a ball. 7 runs for the Yellow Jackets on 10 hits. This pitch is swung on and grounded outside of third base foul. Meanwhile, for Martin Luther, they have 5 runs on 8 hits here so far. Both teams with an error so far here in game number 2. Vogel, meanwhile, is 1 for 1 with a run scored in the sacrifice here in game number 2 as this pitch is swung on and missed. Actually got a piece of it. Saving the glove of Wally Lottman. Reno delivering here, and going fishing was Vogel, coming up empty and completing the strikeout as Lottman tosses it to Voigt down at first. So 1 up, 1 down here in the top half of the 7th, and we flip to the top of the Martin Luther batting order for Alex Ritter. So far is 1 for 3 with a run scored. Here's Reno's pitch. Swung on and hit the center field, and that one will get down for a base hit. Second straight single here for Reno. He's aboard. 1 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up now John Westendorf. It was 2 for 3 so far here in game number 2.
Third baseman number 1, John Westendorf.
And now it looks like TJ Oak's going to come out and maybe make another pitching change here. Yep, he's going to make the call here. And we'll see who the new pitcher is here for the Yellow Jackets. With 1 on, 1 out. It's a right-hander for the Yellow Jackets coming in.
Now pitching for the Yellow Jackets, number 35, Adam Jensen.
It's Adam Jensen that'll come in here now and pitch for UWS. Jensen making his 4th appearance of the season. He's pitched 3 1/3 innings. Hasn't given up any hits and no runs so far. He's walked 3 and struck out 5. No record and no ERA so far for Jensen. He becomes the 3rd Yellow Jacket pitcher here of game number 2. Dawson Reno right now in line for the win here for the Yellow Jackets. If Jensen can get through this inning. Still a lot of baseball to be played here. 1 out, top half of inning number 7. Jackets, by the way, have won their last 9 outings now against Martin Luther. Jackets haven't lost to them, like I said, since the 2022 campaign. Jackets coming into the day had never lost to Martin Luther here in Superior, 5-0 all time. The vast majority of the meetings between these two, though, have taken place down in New Ulm, Minnesota. Also a couple of meetings in Winona, but that's the way things work in the spring. A couple of those trips, by the way, to New Ulm for the Yellow Jackets were home events, technically. In the meantime, Jensen has completed his warm-up tosses. He inherits a 1 on, 1 out situation here in the 7th as Westendorf stands in. Ritter on at first. And Jensen for the Yellow Jackets. Kicks and delivers. Change-up swing. Miss on that one by Westendorf. It's 2 for 3 so far with a run scored. Jensen's pitch. Swung on and tapped foul. And quickly ahead in the count now is Jensen at 0-2.
Here we go.
Two-strike pitch here coming from Adam Jensen. And here it is. Fastball high, holding off was Westendorf. That high fastball can be tempting in a 2-strike hole. Holding up was Westendorf. Jensen now kicking and delivering. Just change the pace outside. Now he ends up the count 2-2. Quick throw to first. Back in time is Ritter. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second Yellow Jacket strikeout of the inning. And now we'll bring up Parker Winghart.
Shortstop number 14, Parker Winghart.
Winghart so far 1 for 3 with a run scored. That one hit was a double. That came in that 3-run 5th inning for Martin Luther. And Jensen's opening pitch. Swung on and hit the center field. Powell will make the catch. That brings an end to the top half of the 7th inning. So for the Knights in the top of the 7th, no runs, 1 hit, no Yellow Jacket errors, 1 left aboard. We played 6.5. Your score, Yellow Jackets 7, Martin Luther 5. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom half of the 7th. New pitcher into the game here for Martin Luther. Starting in right field today. Now he's on the mound. Carter Seltz making his 4th appearance of the season on the mound. 6 innings pitched. He's getting up 10 hits, 8 earned runs. Walked 8 and struck out 4. He doesn't have a record. His ERA at an even 12. And he will face Peyton Steiner, Tanner Voigt, and Trey Seibert here in the bottom half of inning number 7 for the Yellow Jackets. Meanwhile, Jordan Ramirez moves out to right field now to replace Seltz as he comes in to pitch here. Those are your changes for Martin Luther. In the meantime, Steiner stands in, and the first pitch from Seltz is inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Steiner so far 0 for 3 here in game number 2. Next pitch is swung on, and that'll be grounded into center field for a base hit. Steiner with his first hit. 11th hit of the game overall for the Yellow Jackets. The lead off the bottom of the 7th, and now here's Tanner Voigt. He's 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored. Stands in here with 1 aboard, nobody out here. Bottom half of inning number 7. Jackets leading at 7-5. And Seltz kicks and delivers. Check swing, he went around on it. 0-1 your count now to the Yellow Jacket first baseman. Check throw to first. Back standing is Steiner. And this pitch now from Seltz gets away from the catcher Vogel. It'll be a wild pitch. Steiner moving up to second. One and one your count now to Voigt. Here's a delivery by Seltz. Swung on and popped up. Might be playable. Rodriguez doesn't come over and have a look at it. And it's going to get out of play. So it'll be 1 and 2 now to Tanner Voigt. One-two pitch on the way. Swung on, that's going through the box and in the center field for a base hit. Rounding third base now, digging for home. It's going to be Steiner. He'll slide in. White will move up to second on the throw. Second hit of the game for Tanner Voigt. He now is 2 for 4 as Steiner comes around to score. Jackets now up 8-5 as Trey Seibrin, who was 3 for 3 with a run scored, bats here with Voigt out at second. Celtics pitch. Comes inside for a strike on that one. Looked like he kind of crossed up the catcher there. Still find the zone. You don't see that very often. 0-1 your count to the Yellow Jacket left fielder. This pitch. Backhanded stab on the bounce off the turf there on the delivery from Celts by Vogel. 1-1 your count to Seibrin. Here's the pitch. That one stays high. 2-1 your count now to Trey Seibrin. Max Howell waiting on deck. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit deep to left. Way back there. And that one is gone. 2-run shot, Trey Seibrin. And the Yellow Jackets, a 4-hit effort here from Trey Seibrin in game number 2. Now lead at 10-5. Peyton Steiner with the 3-1 blast in game number 1. Trey Seibrin with the big fly to left in game number 2, and the Jackets now doubling up the Knights at 10-5. Seibrin now 4 for 4. 2 runs scored and 2 RBIs. Here's Max Howell. First pitch to him, and that one is launched to left field and deep. And they will just have room to make the catch out there as Walta makes the grab right at the base of the fence. The Yellow Jackets were that close going back to back. First out of the inning is a deep fly to left, and here's Cole Andrus. Howell, that close inning, his 5th home run of the season. By the way, that home run for Seibrin is 2nd. The Jackets now up 10-5 as Andrus bats. 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly and an RBI. He also has actually 2 RBIs in the game and a run scored as this pitch comes inside and nearly clips him. Here's the pitch. That one catches the inside corner. Pitch forthcoming. Here it is. That one swung on, and that's bounced into center field for a base hit. Line drive for Cole Andrus. That's his 2nd hit. And I'll bring up Wiley Lottman now for the Yellow Jackets. 3 runs in the inning. Lottman for UWS with Andrus on at first. Throw from Celts. Back in time. Here's the pitch. Lottman now waiting the next offering. So we'll get a throw to first. Here's the offering now. That one high. Now the snap throw down to first base. And that one skips away from Rodriguez. And holding up at second off the throwing error. There'll be an E2, by the way, on the throw. Second error of the game against Martin Luther. Anderson scoring position now for Lottman. As the wind continuing to pick up here at the NBC Spartan Sports Complex. And delivery forthcoming. Said they're going to try to pick out play at second. And we'll have a timeout to make sure everybody's all right here. Andres collecting himself now out at second base. Lottman awaiting the pitch here. And that pitch swung on and missed. Here's a delivery. Swung on and popped up. Playable for the shortstop, Winghart. And he'll make the catch. Second out of the inning. And I'll bring up Johnny Rhodes now for the Yellow Jackets. And now looks like we might have a pitching change here for Martin Luther as Randy Cox is on his way out to the mound. And he is going to come out. So Seltz pitches 2/3 of an inning. 3 runs in for the Yellow Jackets on 4 hits. The big hit of the inning, the 2-run shot by Trey Sybrant. And the new pitcher coming in now for Martin Luther is Caleb Karlovsky, who came in relief last night in game 1 of this 3-game set. For Karlovsky, this will be appearance number 3 2/3 innings pitched. Get up 9 hits. 8 runs, 7 of which have been earned. He's walked 1 and struck out 5 so far, and his ERA today at 17.18 and limited duty. And he'll come in now, like I said, with Cole Andres on at second with 2 out in the inning. Jackets so far scoring here in game number 2. 1 in the second, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, and 3 so far here in the 7th. You add it all up, and it's 10-5. Meanwhile, Martin Luther, 2 in the 1st and 3 in the 5th. That's Karlovsky. Continuing his warm-up tosses here. The Yellow Jackets have the rest of the week off before they take on Crown to close out Winona. Field conditions more appropriate. And for being specific, in the meantime, now Karlovsky. And the pitch to Rhodes is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. As Karlovsky with the delivery. Squaring around now is Rhodes, and he'll lay down a bunt up the third base line, but it'll roll foul. 2 out in the inning here, bottom half of the 7th. Jackets trying to pick up a sweep here. They took game 1 of the doubleheader 9-4, leading this game now 10-5. WS trailed early going in both of those games here so far, but middle and late innings have been good to the Yellow Jackets offensively here this afternoon. And Karlovsky now looking at second. Here's the pitch. That one smothered by Vogel behind the plate. Andres will stay at second. Now Karlovsky on the delivery. This one comes inside. Karlofsky again on the delivery. This pitch gets away now from Vogel. That'll be ball 4, by the way, for Rhodes. Give him a wild pitch on that. So now we flip to the top of the batting order. 9th man to bat in the frame here for the Yellow Jackets. And it is Noah D'Agostino. He's had a good game as well. He's 3 for 4 now. 3 RBIs and a run scored. A couple of singles and a triple for D'Agostino. As here's delivery now from Karlofsky. That one bounces up there, stopped by Vogel. Taking off from first, advancing to second is Rhodes, so now 2 in scoring position. Andres on at third, Rhodes at second. 1 ball your count here to Noah D'Agostino. And here's the pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Evens up the count 1-1. Next pitch swung on and fouled off to the right. Now Karlofsky coming home with the pitch. Called third strike over the inside corner. D'Agostino goes down looking. And that brings it into the Yellow Jackets' 7th inning. But not before UWS scores 4 runs on 4 hits. There was 1 Knight's error and 2 left on base. We now have played 7 complete innings here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Your score, Yellow Jackets 10, Martin Luther 5. This is UWS Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the top half of the 8th, Carlos Walta, Carter Seltz, and Samuel Rodriguez to bat against Adam Jensen here.
Left fielder, number 24, Carlos Walta.
Walta so far 1 for 3 with a run scored and a pair of RBIs in this game. First pitch from Jensen, swing and a miss. 1-1 to Walta, followed by Seltz and Rodriguez again here in the top half of the 8th inning. As Jensen for the Yellow Jackets kicks and delivers. This pitch off the outside corner. Evens up the count now 1-1. One pitch on the way. This one rides high. Now 2-1 your count. One pitch in there for a strike. You up the count now 2-2. 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Lotman to Voigt to complete it. 1 up, 1 down here in the top half of the 8th. And that now will bring up Carter Seltz.
Pitcher number 17, Caleb Karlofsky.
It's actually going to be Caleb Karlofsky now. And the first two pitches from Jensen to Karlovsky. Swings and misses. 0-2 your count now to Karlovsky. Replace Seltz. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Back-to-back Ks here in the top of the eighth. And that now will bring up Rodriguez.
First baseman number 30, Samuel Rodriguez.
Rodriguez so far 0 for 3. With a strikeout and a pair of flyouts. Jensen working quickly here in the eighth inning. Here's the pitch. Low and outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Next one bounces up there, backhanded by Lotman. 2-0 your count now to Rodriguez. Here's the pitch. Called that one a strike. Now 2-1. Jensen's pitch. That one low, and now 3-1 your count to Rodriguez. Jordan Ramirez waiting on deck here for Martin Luther. And this pitch is low for ball 4, so Rodriguez with the 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Ramirez.
22, Jordan Ramirez.
It was 0 for 3 here so far. Jensen with the opening pitch here on the way. Here it is. Swung on and fouled at the plate. And now Lotman going to walk the baseball out to Jensen here, it looks like. That's one of the things the NCAA limits now is how many trips to the mound you can make as a catcher. Yeah, that too. He didn't really flinch on it, though. It caught him. Yeah. Now squaring around, here's Ramirez, and he'll bunt it foul. And they're going to say he's out. Yeah, he ran into it. So Ramirez bunts the baseball, runs into it. And that'll end the top half of the eighth. For Martin Luther in the eighth, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We played 7.5. Yellow Jackets 10, Martin Luther 5. This is Yellow Jacket Baseball on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. Back here for the bottom of the eighth, Devin Friedland will lead things off here against Caleb Karlovsky, beginning his second inning of work. The third Martin Luther pitcher here of game number 2, and the first pitch is inside for a ball. Next pitch, low for a ball as well. 2-0 to Friedland. He'll be followed by Peyton Steiner and Tanner Voigt here for the Yellow Jackets in the bottom half of the eighth. That's Karlovsky's pitch, just swung on and fouled back to the screen by Friedland. 2 for 4 so far for Friedland here in game number 2. It did not play very much at all in game number 1. In fact, he came in as a substitute for the Yellow Jackets. Game to start the DH spot here in game number 2, and he's had 2 hits to show for it as this pitch from Karlovsky comes inside and low. The freshman for the Yellow Jackets awaiting the pitch here from Karlovsky. That one's low for ball 4. So Friedland leads off the 8th with a walk. And I'll bring up now Peyton Steiner, who was 1 for 4. A single, a run scored in the 7th. To go along with a fly out to center in the 1st. A fielder's choice in the 3rd, and then a ground out to the pitcher in the 5th. And Karlovsky's first pitch comes over the inside black for a strike. 0-1 to Steiner here. Hit his 3rd home run of the season in game 1, a 3-run shot to left. Trey Seibrin, as this pitch comes inside, has a 2-run shot here for the Yellow Jackets in game 2. UWS now with 18 home runs on the season. As Karlovsky kicks and delivers, and this pitch comes well inside, and that'll skip away from Vogel. Wild pitch. Friedland will trot into second base. He's in scoring position with nobody out. Two and one your count now to Peyton Steiner here for the Yellow Jackets. This pitch catches the outside corner, and that'll even up the count now 2-2. Senior right fielder from Baraboo, Wisconsin for UWS. This pitch outside, now he's run the count full. 3-2 to Steiner with Voigt waiting on deck. And this pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Vogel will throw down to Rodriguez to complete it. So Steiner is out. We have the strikeout. Friedland on the bobble by Vogel behind the plate advances to 3rd. So now he's at 3rd with 1 out. And here's Tanner Voigt now to bat for the Yellow Jackets. Voigt so far with a couple of hits, 3 runs scored. First pitch from Karlovsky catches the inside corner for a strike. Jackets looking for win number 11 here. Looking to go to 6-0 in UMAC conference action. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss by Voigt. And it's 0-2 to the Yellow Jacket first baseman. Karlovsky kicks and delivers. This one off the plate. Outside, 1-2 your count now. Here's Karlovsky's pitch. That one swung on, and that'll be dropped into right field. That'll be an RBI for Tanner Voigt. Single to right. That brings in Friedland.
Left fielder number 28, Trey Seibrin.
And here's Trey Seibrin now for the Yellow Jackets, who has had himself a day here in game number 2. 4 for 4 with a home run, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. 1 out, 1 on. Jackets with 1 in the inning. UWS now up 11-5. Seibrin awaiting the pitch here from Karlovsky. This one comes inside for a ball as well. Seibrin awaiting the pitch here from Karlovsky. And that one is low. Now 3-0 to the Yellow Jacket left fielder. Max Howell due up next. Three and 0, taking all the way. And that one's in there for a strike. 3-1 your count. Here's a delivery on 3-1. Seibert will foul that one off to the right, and the count is run full now, 3-2. And this one comes inside and clips Seibert on the left hip. So Voigt will move up to second. Seibert on at first. And here's Maxton Howell now for the Yellow Jackets.
Center fielder number 29, Max Howell.
Howell so far 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI in this one. Yes, indeed, a very long flyout in his last at-bat. That was to deep left. Slung up Seibert's 2-run shot. And he missed getting that ball out of here by about a foot. Did Max Howell. Leading home run hitter for the Yellow Jackets, has 4 on the season, and now this pitch comes in and hits him on the hip. So Voigt moves up to third. Seibert on at second. Howell on at first. Back-to-back hit by pitch here. And here's Cole Andrus now to bat. And Randy Cox, the head coach now of Martin Luther, out of the dugout. Now we're going to have another pitching change here. John Camp's going to come in. Saw him in relief in game number 1. This is his now 4th appearance on the season. Came in the day with 2 innings pitched, 4 hits given up, 2 runs, both of them earned. Walk 3 without a strikeout. His ERA 9.0. And like I said, we saw him briefly in game number 1 today. But he will come in now and pitch here with 1 out and the bases loaded. Jackets already with 1 run having scored in the inning. And Andrus now will bat. Cole Andrus so far on the day having a good day at the plate in game number 2. 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs and a run scored. A lot of offense here in game number 2 for the Yellow Jackets. Once we go final, we'll have a brief post-game recap before we put this one to bed. Again, our next broadcast scheduled to be on the 5th. As the Yellow Jackets head back across the bridge to host Crown College for a pair of games over at Wade Stadium. And as of now, those games are scheduled to be joint broadcasts on 91.3 FM KUWS. And also here on Yellow Jacket TV. But again, spring season being what it is, that certainly is not etched in stone. For more information on whether that is actually going to be the case, you can go to uwsyellowjackets.com and check out Broadcast Central to see if that broadcast will go forward or if even the Yellow Jackets will be playing at home next weekend. You never know. We just take it one day at a time at this time of the year. In the meantime, Andrus now steps in with the bases loaded, 1 out against Camps. And here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-1 your count. Camps now on the delivery. Here it is. Swing and a miss. Got him off speed on that one. 0-2 your count to Andrus. Now here's a delivery. That one low and outside. 1-2 your count now to Cole Andrus for the Yellow Jackets. And here's the pitch. That one swung on and hit hard out in the left center field. That's going to be trouble. That one's going to be grabbed now and a hop by Walta. Voigt comes in to score. Rounding third, coming in to score is also Seibert. Stopping at third will be Howell. 2-run double there for Cole Andrus.
Now batting for the Yellow Jackets, the catcher, number 4, Wiley Lotman.
And now here's Wiley Lotman to bat with runners on second and third. Still 1 out in the inning. And the first pitch from Camps is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Jackets now up 13-5 here. This pitch swung on and roped foul outside of third. Lottman looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3 since coming in for Jake Brandenburg in the 5th. This pitch is swung on now and grounded outside of third, foul. And we'll do it again here for Lottman. Here's the pitch from Camps. That one low. Long look at it there by our home plate umpire. But it is a ball low to Lottman. Here's the pitch. This one comes up and in. Now the snap throw down to third from Vogel, diving back head first in time is going to be Howell. Here's the pitch now from Camps. This one swung on and hit very high to left field. Waiting for it to come down now is Walta tagging. It's going to be Howell. He'll come in and score. That's the 4th run of the inning for the Yellow Jackets. They now lead at 14-5. Sacrifice fly. And the RBI. And now we'll have a pinch hitter.
For the Yellow Jackets, number 19, Chase Oxborough.
And it's going to be Chase Oxborough for the Yellow Jackets. Hitting .353 this season. 6 hits and 17 trips. No home runs and 5 RBIs for Oxborough. Holding at second, by the way, on that sacrifice fly is Andres. 2 out now in the bottom of the 8th. And here's a pitch from Camps. One bounces up there. Outside and low. 1-0 your count now to Oxborough. That one in there for a strike. Next offering, here it is. That one bounces up there. This gets away from Vogel. And Andres will move up 90 feet to third on the wild pitch. Jackets trailed 5-2 one point in this game. As this pitch is outside. But since then have scored 1 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and 4 more here in the 8th. To lead at 14-5 here. And here's the delivery. This one swung on and grounded outside of third, foul. Three and 2 your count now to Oxborough. Noah DeGastino's spot in the order due up next. Here's the pitch. Swung on and bounced to third. Westdorf up with it. Now they're going to say it was a foul ball. So everybody's going to have to return to their respective stations here, and we'll do it again here on 3 and 2. Three-two pitch forthcoming here from Camps. Here it is. Swung on the line to short. Winghart can't pick it up. Now he'll throw over to first base. And that will end the inning here on a 6-3 scoring play. For the Yellow Jackets in the 8th, 4 runs on 1, 2 hits. No errors, and 1 left on base. We've played 8 complete innings now. Your score after 8. Yellow Jackets 14, Martin Luther 5. We'll come back with the top of the 9th right after this on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network. We're back here for the top half of the 9th inning. The latest Yellow Jacket pitcher, Christian Protaski, as he comes in here, making his 3rd appearance of the season. 3 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned. He's walked 3 and struck out 4. No record to date. His ERA 2.70, and he will face Jackson Anderson, Mark Vogel, and Alex Ritter here for Martin Luther in the top half of inning number 9. Jackets leading at 14-5. Talked about last inning, the Jackets actually were down 5-2 going into the 5th, and then the Jackets, as they did in game number 1, turning on the offense, scoring 12 unanswered runs to make it a 14-5 contest. As Anderson steps in here, 1 for 3 so far, and the first pitch to him swung on and ground out to short. And on to first. 6-3 on the scoring play, 1 up, 1 down here in the 9th, and that now will bring up Mark Vogel, the catcher here, who has gone all the way in both games behind the plate for Martin Luther. And the first pitch over the outside corner from Protaski. 0-1 your count. One pitch bounces up there. Now 1-1 your count. One delivery. Swung on and fouled off to the left. 1-2 now your count. One more. Ball rides high, excuse me. 2-2 your count. As Protaski kicks and delivers. This one just off the outside corner. Now he's running it full 3-2 here to Vogel. This pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And we'll do it on 3-2 again here. Three-two from Protaski on the way here. Here's the delivery. That one low for ball 4. So Vogel with a 1-out walk. He'll head down to first base, and they'll bring up now Alex Ritter in the top of the Martin Luther batting order here.
Baseman number 6, Alex Ritter.
Here's the opening pitch. It comes inside from Protaski. Want to know your count now? One-0 pitch. Swung on and bounced up the middle to second for 1. On to first. And not in time. It'll be a fielder's choice. 6-4-3. 2 down now as Ritter will reach first on the fielder's choice. And I'll bring up John Westendorf with 2 out and 1 on here for Martin Luther. Top of the 9th. And Protaski's pitch. Inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Jackets 1 out away from getting the doubleheader sweep here. And winning all 3 games against Martin Luther here in 2025. Here's the pitch. That one comes inside. And this pitch is swung on. That's going out towards short as well. Backhand stab, the throw to first. That's in time, and that'll do it here as Westendorf grounds out 6-3. And the final score here of game number 2, the Yellow Jackets winning at 14-5 as we jump into a quick post game here. Northwestern, excuse me, I'm not sure why Northwestern came up. Martin Luther scoring twice in the first, 3 times in the 5th. The Yellow Jackets, meanwhile, responding with 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, and 4 more in the 8th to win it going away by a score of 14-5. Winning pitcher for the Yellow Jackets, Austin Reno. He gets his first victory of the season, coming on in relief of starter Josh Pritchard. Meanwhile, taking the loss as Connor Heckendorf for Martin Luther. He drops to 2-2. With the win, the Yellow Jackets in the doubleheader sweep now 11-9 overall, perfect 6-0 in conference play. Martin Luther, meanwhile, at 5-12 now overall and 0-6. In the Upper Midwest Athletic Conference. Up next for the Yellow Jackets, next weekend they'll be taking on Crown on April 5th. That's scheduled to be across the bridge over at Wade Stadium in Duluth. That's, as of now, scheduled to be a joint broadcast on both 91.3 FM KUWS and also here on Yellow Jacket TV. We're not sure if that'll be the case, however, so for more information on that, you can always check out uwsyellowjackets.com, the baseball page, and also the Fan Zone and the Broadcast Central page as well to find out if that's indeed when we'll be back on the air. But as of now, that's what we're going to go with as our next broadcast. Big thank you to everybody who tuned in for both games. Also a big thank you to Holden Law, Harry Law, and our entire crew here at Yellow Jacket TV. We hope you enjoyed both games. We hope you'll join us for more Yellow Jacket baseball as the 2025 season rolls along. So for all of us at Yellow Jacket TV, this is Matt Johnson. One more time repeating the final scores of the doubleheader. Yellow Jackets with the sweep, winning game 1 9-4, taking game 2 by the score of 14-5. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be talking to you again soon. This has been Yellow Jacket Baseball here on Yellow Jacket TV, an affiliate of the UMAC Sports Network.
Let's put our stamp on this region. All right, let's do it emphatically.